Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've never told anyone the full story of what happened to me that summer night when I was 9. It's been over 20 years now, but I still get cold chills thinking about it. I guess I'm finally sharing it because I need to know if anyone else has experienced something similar. Growing up in Custer County, Oklahoma wasn't exactly glamorous. My mom worked nights at Dottie's Diner on the edge of town, and after my dad left, we ended up in this beat-up single-wide trailer on the outskirts. It was the kind of place where the metal siding would pop and creak all day after baking in the Oklahoma sun. The whole thing sat on cinder blocks about 2 feet off the ground, and you could feel it shift slightly when strong winds came. That summer was brutal, like over 100 degrees most days. We didn't have air conditioning, just this ancient box fan that rattled so loud you'd think it was going to explode. My mum would prop it in the window of the main room at night, and the rest of us would just sweat through our sheets. After my grandma passed away in the spring, my grandpa moved in with us. He took the small bedroom at the end of the narrow hallway. My little sister Jenny and I shared the room across from the bathroom, and Mum had the main bedroom when she wasn't working. The night it happened was in July, probably around 90 degrees even at midnight. Mom was working the late shift as usual. I remember it was a Thursday because she always brought home leftover pie on Thursdays, and I'd been looking forward to it all day. Earlier that evening, I'd made myself and Jenny fried bologna sandwiches for dinner while Grandpa dozed in his recliner watching some old Western. I'd eaten way too many. 3 full sandwiches with mayo and American cheese. My stomach was so bloated, I felt like I'd swallowed a basketball. I couldn't sleep at all. Jenny was out cold in the bed next to mine, breathing softly with her stuffed rabbit clutched under her arm. I remember staring at the ceiling, watching the shadows from the fan blades spin in circles, my stomach gurgling and cramping. It must have been around 1 in the morning when I finally gave up and decided to walk around a bit, hoping the movement would help my digestion, or at least tire me out. I slipped out of bed in just my oversized Garfield t-shirt and underwear, trying not to wake Jenny. The hallway in our trailer was narrow, maybe 3 feet wide at most, with wood-paneled walls that had started to peel at the seams. The carpet was this awful brown shag that had been worn down to almost nothing in the center from years of feet shuffling back and forth. At the end of the hall near the back door was this broken coat rack leaning against the wall. It had fallen over so many times that 2 of its hooks had broken off completely. As I stepped into the hallway, the first thing I noticed was how quiet it was. The box fan was still going in the living room window, but it sounded muffled, like it was much farther away than it should have been. The air felt thick and still. Then I saw him. My grandpa was standing by that busted coat rack, looking right at me. He was wearing his usual faded blue pajamas and those worn leather slippers he refused to replace. But something was off. He was smiling at me, really smiling, showing all his teeth. Grandpa hardly ever smiled like that, especially after Grandma died. The strangest part was that I could hear him snoring from his bedroom. I could clearly hear those deep, rumbling snores coming from behind his closed door, the same ones that often kept me up at night. They sounded like a freight train chugging through our trailer. I stood frozen for a few seconds, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Maybe I was more tired than I thought. Maybe it was just shadows playing tricks. "Grandpa," I whispered. The figure didn't respond, but the smile widened, just a bit too much. Confused and getting scared, I tiptoed to Grandpa's door and pushed it open just enough to peek inside. The smell of old spice and mothballs wafted out, Grandpa's signature scent. And there he was, lying on his back in bed, covers pulled up to his chest, mouth open, snoring loud enough to wake the dead. My heart started racing. I slowly closed his door and turned back to the hallway. Grandpa was still there, standing motionless by the coat rack. In the dim light filtering in from the living room, I could see he was wearing the exact same clothes as my real grandpa, down to the frayed cuffs on his pajama sleeves. But now that I looked more carefully, something about his proportions seemed wrong. His arms looked a bit too long, his neck a little too thin. He spoke then, in a voice that sounded just like my grandpa, but softer, almost whispery. "Want to play jacks on the porch? It's cooler outside." My real grandpa never said things like that. He hated going outside after dark. He always complained that the mosquitoes ate him alive, and his arthritis made it hard for him to get up and down the porch steps. And jacks? My grandpa had never once played jacks with me or Jenny. I should have run back to my room right then. I should have screamed for Grandpa to wake up. But I didn't. I was 9, tired, and somehow still curious despite my growing fear. Plus, it really was stifling hot in the trailer, and the thought of the cooler night air was tempting. "Okay," I said, my voice barely audible. The figure turned and moved toward the back door, walking with my grandpa's slight limp. I followed a few steps behind, my bare feet silent on the worn carpet. He reached the door and pushed it open without making a sound. The hinges should have creaked, they always did, but there was nothing. I followed Grandpa onto the small back porch. It was just a simple wooden platform with 3 steps leading down to our dirt yard. The night air was indeed cooler, but not refreshing. It felt heavy and damp against my skin. The only light came from the quarter moon overhead, casting everything in a pale blue glow. Grandpa pointed toward our old shed, about 20 yards away in the dark yard. It was a decrepit structure that nobody had used in years. The roof sagged in the middle, and I knew the floorboards inside were rotten and caved in. Mom had warned us repeatedly never to play in there. "Look over there," the voice said. "I already set up the game." I squinted into the darkness, trying to see what he was pointing at. As my eyes adjusted, I saw movement in the doorway of the shed. It looked like another Grandpa. The figure in the shed was waving at me, beckoning me to come closer. In the moonlight, I could make out the same blue pajamas, the same slippers. My stomach dropped. How could there be 2 of them? The one beside me on the porch and another in the shed. The figure on the porch leaned down close to my ear. I could feel its breath. Cold, not warm like a person should be. "Go on down the steps," it whispered. "I'll catch you if you fall." Something finally clicked in my brain. This was not my grandpa. Whatever this thing was, it wanted me to go to that shed. I remembered all the warnings my mum had given about strangers, about trusting my instincts. I started backing up toward the door. "I don't want to play anymore. I'm tired." The thing that looked like my grandpa tilted its head at an angle that no human neck should bend to. Its smile stretched even wider, revealing teeth that seemed too numerous, too sharp. "Don't you want to have fun with your grandpa?" it asked, its voice dropping lower than my real grandpa's ever could. I turned to run back inside, and that's when I felt it. Something tugged hard on the back of my t-shirt. It wasn't a gentle grab. It was a violent yank that nearly pulled me off my feet. The collar of my shirt dug into my throat, choking me. The voice changed completely. It became deeper, raspier, almost like 2 voices speaking at once. "I told you to come with me," it yelled. "Why don't you listen?" I screamed, and somehow managed to break free, bolting through the back door and into the living room. The box fan was still rattling away, but it seemed louder now, almost deafening. I ran to my sister's bed and shook her frantically. "Jenny, wake up! There's something outside." She just groaned and rolled over, pulling her covers tighter around her. I tried again, but she wouldn't wake up. It was like she was drugged or something. I ran to Grandpa's room next, throwing the door open. "Grandpa! Grandpa, wake up!" He kept snoring. I even shook his shoulder, but he didn't stir. This was bizarre. Grandpa usually woke up at the slightest sound. I'd seen him jolt awake if someone so much as dropped a spoon in the kitchen. I didn't know what to do. I was too terrified to go back to my room alone, but no one would wake up. I grabbed a baseball bat from the corner of Grandpa's room. He'd been a high school coach back in the day, and huddled on the floor between my sister's bed and the wall. I pulled my knees up to my chest and tried to make myself as small as possible. I don't know how long I sat there clutching that bat, but eventually exhaustion won out over fear. I must have dozed off, because the next thing I remember is jerking awake to the sound of something moving in our room. The box fan's noise had died down to almost nothing, though I could see the blades still spinning. In the corner of our bedroom, by the small TV stand where we kept our few VHS tapes, was something sitting on the floor. It was hard to make out in the darkness, but I could see it had long, stringy hair hanging down over its face. Its body was all wrong, bent at unnatural angles, as if its joints didn't work right. Its head was tilted completely sideways, nearly touching its shoulder, and from beneath the hair, I could see what looked like a tongue hanging out, unnaturally long and dark. I squeezed my eyes shut and pulled the blanket over my head. I was too terrified to scream, too terrified to run. I just lay there shaking, repeating the Lord's Prayer over and over in my head, like my grandma had taught me. When I finally found the courage to peek out again, sunlight was streaming through the window and the corner was empty. Jenny was still sleeping peacefully, and I could hear Grandpa in the kitchen making coffee. I've thought about that night thousands of times over the years. Was it just a vivid nightmare brought on by too many fried bologna sandwiches? But it felt so real. The cold breath on my ear, the violent tug on my shirt, the thing in the corner. I never told anyone about it. Not my mom, not my grandpa, nobody. I knew they'd just laugh it off or tell me I had an overactive imagination. But even now, as a 32-year-old adult, I can't sleep with my bedroom door open. And whenever I visit my mom, who still lives in Oklahoma, I make up excuses to avoid driving past that old trailer park. I don't want to label what I saw that night. I don't know if it was a witch or a demon or something else entirely. All I know is that it felt deeply, fundamentally wrong. And sometimes when I'm half asleep, I still hear that whisper, "Want to play jacks on the porch?" Story 2. I can't believe it's been over 2 decades, but what happened that night still gives me chills whenever I think about it. It was around 23 years ago, back in 2000. I was in my early 20s, and my buddy Jake and I were heading back from a concert in the neighboring county. It was probably around 1 in the morning. We'd taken this back road that cut through some dense forest because it shaved about 15 minutes off the drive compared to the main highway. In hindsight, maybe those 15 minutes weren't worth what followed. The road was this narrow, worn-down strip of asphalt that barely qualified as 2 lanes. It twisted through dense woods with these tall pines and oaks that formed a kind of tunnel, their branches sometimes scraping the roof of my old Honda Civic. There were virtually no streetlights out there, just my headlights cutting through the darkness and occasionally reflecting off the eyes of some animal watching from the tree line. Jake was half asleep in the passenger seat. We'd been talking about the concert, but conversation had died down as fatigue set in. I had the radio turned low, some late-night talk show providing background noise to keep me alert. The whole area was isolated as hell. We might have passed maybe 2 or 3 driveways in the last half hour, but they were just gravel paths disappearing into the trees, leading to homes you couldn't even see from the road. I was doing about 40 miles per hour, which was pretty reasonable given how dark and winding the road was. My high beams were on, cutting maybe 50 feet ahead through the pitch black. I remember yawning and thinking about how good it would feel to finally get home and crash. That's when I first noticed it. At first I thought it was just an animal's eyes, reflecting my headlights, maybe a deer or something, but as we got closer, I realized it was different. There was this faint yellowish glow in the middle of the road, maybe 100 yards ahead. It wasn't moving or changing like headlights would. It was just there, sitting in the middle of the road. "Hey, you see that?" I nudged Jake, who sat up straight, suddenly alert. "Yeah, what the hell is that?" he replied, leaning forward to peer through the windshield. As we got closer, I slowed down. My first thought was, maybe it was a broken-down car with hazards on, but the light didn't blink, and it was too small and low to the ground. Then I wondered if it might be road work, but there were no cones, no signs, nothing that would indicate construction. I brought the car to a stop about 20 feet away. The object was clearly visible now in my headlights, a small, rectangular thing sitting perfectly centered in our lane. The yellow glow was coming from inside it. "What the fuck?" Jake muttered. We sat there for maybe 30 seconds, both of us just staring at this thing. There were no other cars, no sounds except the idle of my engine and the crickets in the woods. The whole situation felt wrong. "Should we check it out?" I finally asked, though something in my gut was screaming not to. Jake hesitated, then shrugged. "I guess. Maybe someone dropped something." I put the car in park, left the engine running and the headlights on. We both got out. The night air was cool and damp, and immediately I noticed how oppressively silent it was. Even the crickets seemed to have gone quiet. Just the sound of our doors closing and our footsteps on the asphalt. We approached cautiously. As we got closer, I could make out what it was. A lantern. Not like a modern camping lantern, but an old-fashioned one, maybe 8 inches tall, made of what looked like tarnished brass with glass panels. Inside was a lit candle, the flame dancing gently even though there wasn't any breeze. "It's a fucking lantern," Jake said, stating the obvious. "Yeah, but who the hell would leave a lit lantern in the middle of nowhere?" I replied, looking around. The woods on both sides of the road were pitch black. My car's headlights only illuminated a small section of the road, and beyond that was just darkness. Complete, absolute darkness. We stood there beside this lantern, and I crouched down to look at it more closely. It wasn't just placed there, it was positioned exactly in the center of the lane, as if someone had measured the distance from each white line. The candle inside looked like it had been burning for a while, but not so long that it was close to going out. That's when I noticed something else. There were no footprints or tire tracks around it. The asphalt was slightly damp from earlier rain, and our own footprints were visible as darker spots on the road, but there was nothing leading to or from the lantern. It was as if someone had just dropped it there from above. And then another realization hit me. Why would anyone be out here in the middle of nowhere at 1 in the morning just to place a lit lantern in the road? I looked at Jake, and I could tell from his expression that he was thinking the same thing. His eyes were wide, and he was scanning the tree line nervously. "Dude," he whispered, "this feels like a trap." I finished for him. That word hung in the air between us. A trap. Because what else could it be? Who would go through the trouble of bringing an antique lantern out to the middle of a deserted road in the dead of night, light it, place it perfectly centered, and then, what? Disappear without a trace? The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I had this overwhelming sensation of being watched. I looked around again, straining to see into the darkness beyond the reach of my headlights, but it was futile. The forest was like a solid black wall on either side. "Let's get the hell out of here," Jake said suddenly, grabbing my arm. In that exact moment I felt it too, this immediate, urgent need to leave. Not just leave, but flee. Every instinct in my body was screaming danger. We didn't even discuss what to do with the lantern. We just turned and half-walked, half-jogged back to my car. I remember my heart pounding in my chest, my palms sweaty as I gripped the door handle and slid back into the driver's seat. Jake practically dove into the passenger side. "Go, go, go," he urged as I shifted into drive. I didn't need any encouragement. I hit the gas hard enough that the tires spun a bit before finding traction. I swung the car wide around the lantern, not wanting to get anywhere near it. and then floored it down the road. In my rearview mirror, I could see the small yellow glow receding in the distance. It stayed there unmoving until we rounded a bend, and it disappeared from sight. For the first mile or so, neither of us said anything. I was gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles were white, constantly checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see headlights appear behind us. What the actual fuck was that? Jake finally broke the silence, his voice higher pitched than normal. I don't know, I admitted, but it felt wrong, like we weren't supposed to be there. Or like we were supposed to be there, Jake said quietly, like someone wanted us to stop. That thought sent another chill through me. He was right, it felt deliberate. The lantern was positioned perfectly to make drivers stop and investigate. But for what purpose? You think someone was waiting in the woods? I asked, still periodically checking the mirror. Had to be, Jake replied. Why else put a freaking lantern in the middle of the road? We spent the rest of the drive theorizing. Maybe it was a robbery setup, get people to stop, then ambush them, or kids playing a prank, though we hadn't seen any other vehicles, or something worse, much worse. The theories got increasingly wild as we drove, but none of them felt satisfying. When I finally dropped Jake off at his place, we both agreed to avoid that road in the future, and we also agreed not to mention what happened to anyone else. Not because we thought they wouldn't believe us, but because saying it out loud made it feel more real, more threatening. But here's the thing that's haunted me for all these years. About a week after that night, curiosity got the better of me. I drove back to that same stretch of road in broad daylight. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that there was probably a logical explanation for the lantern. I drove up and down that stretch of road 3 times. There was nothing unusual there, no lantern, of course, but also no houses nearby, no driveways or access roads where someone might have come from. Just unbroken forest on both sides. The nearest house was at least a mile away. I even pulled over and walked around a bit, looking for any sign of what might have happened that night. Nothing, not even any glass or metal that might have been from a broken lantern. It was as if it had never existed. Over the years, I've tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe someone was setting up for a film shoot. Maybe it was indeed just a stupid prank. But none of these explanations account for the precision of the placement, the lack of footprints, or that gut-wrenching feeling of danger that hit both Jake and me simultaneously. I've driven thousands of miles on dark rural roads since then. I've seen all manner of weird shit. Dead animals, debris from accidents, even the occasional lost piece of furniture that fell off a truck. But I've never again encountered anything that gave me that same feeling of immediate, primal fear. Sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I wonder what would have happened if we'd stayed, if we'd picked up the lantern or waited around to see who had placed it there. Would someone have emerged from the woods, or would we have just stood there until the candle burned out, with nothing happening at all? But deep down, I know we made the right choice. Whatever purpose that lantern served, it wasn't benign. Whether it was meant to rob us, harm us, or something else entirely, I'm convinced that by driving away immediately, we avoided something truly sinister. Jake moved to another state a few years after that night, and we eventually lost touch. I sometimes wonder if he still thinks about the lantern too, if he still gets that chill when he remembers how we both knew in the same instant that we needed to get away from there. I've never taken that road again, not even in daylight. And to this day, whenever I'm driving at night and see something unexpected on the road ahead, my first instinct isn't curiosity, it's fear. Story 3. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened last month. I've been living with my partner and their 3 kids for about 2 years now, and I've gotten pretty used to the normal chaos that comes with family life. The oldest is 11. And then there are the 2 younger boys, 7 and 5, who share a bedroom down the hall from ours. Being woken up in the middle of the night isn't exactly rare in our household. Nightmares, stomach aches, someone needing water. It's all part of the package. But what happened that night was something else entirely. It was exactly 3:20 in the morning when I woke up. I know because I checked my phone right away, wondering why I was suddenly awake. Then I heard it, crying. Not just any crying, but the distinctive sound of the boys. I lay there for a moment, getting my bearings. Our bedroom door was closed, but I could clearly hear sobbing coming from down the hall. The youngest one has this particular way of crying when he's scared, this hitching breath thing where he gasps a little between sobs, and I could hear that clear as day. The 7-year-old was making noise too. He tends to call out when he's upset, not quite forming words, just these distressed sounds. I'd heard these cries enough times over the past couple years to recognize them instantly. I stayed still, listening to make sure I wasn't dreaming. The sound continued and actually seemed to get a bit louder. I could hear the distinct crying patterns of both boys, like they were having nightmares at the same time. After about a minute, I nudged my partner awake. "Hey," I whispered, gently shaking their shoulder. "The boys are crying. Sounds like they might be having nightmares." My partner groaned and rolled over, taking a second to process what I was saying. Then they sat up, rubbing their eyes. "Both of them?" they asked, listening. "Yeah, listen," I said. We both sat there in silence, and sure enough the crying continued. It was that unmistakable sound of children in distress. That sound that triggers something primal in your brain and makes it impossible to ignore. "I'll go check on them," my partner said, throwing back the covers. "I'll come with you," I replied. Something about the crying was making me feel uneasy, though I couldn't pinpoint why at that moment. We walked down the darkened hallway toward the boys' room. The crying was still audible, though it seemed to get quieter as we approached their door. I remember thinking that was a bit odd, but figured maybe they were settling back down on their own. My partner pushed open the door slowly, trying not to startle them. The nightlight cast a soft glow across the room, enough for us to see both boys in their beds. The 7-year-old was curled up on his side, facing the wall, blanket pulled up to his shoulders. The 5-year-old was sprawled out on his back, like he always sleeps, one arm thrown dramatically over his head. Both of them were completely peacefully asleep. We stood there for a moment, confused. My partner walked over and checked each of them. Their breathing was deep and regular, faces relaxed. There wasn't a trace of tears or distress. No flushed cheeks, no hitched breathing, nothing to suggest either of them had been crying just moments before. "Are they okay?" I whispered from the doorway. "They're sound asleep," my partner whispered back, clearly confused. "Like deeply asleep, they haven't been crying." A chill ran down my spine. I know what I heard. It wasn't some faint, ambiguous sound that could be misinterpreted. It was their voices, their specific crying patterns that I've comforted them through countless times. But here they were, sleeping peacefully, showing no signs of having been upset. We closed their door quietly and checked on the oldest child too. Just to be thorough, they were also fast asleep, completely undisturbed. Back in our bedroom, my partner seemed ready to just go back to sleep, chalking it up to us both being half asleep and mishearing something. But I couldn't shake how wrong it felt. "I know what I heard," I insisted, keeping my voice low. It was them crying. Not just crying, but their specific cries. "You heard it too?" My partner frowned. "I did hear something, but I don't know. Maybe it was coming from outside, or the neighbors. But we don't have neighbors close enough to hear children crying through the walls. Our nearest neighbors are an elderly couple across the street, and the house next door has been vacant for months." I tried to rationalize it. A couple years ago, in our old apartment, I'd been terrified by what sounded like a woman screaming in the middle of the night. After some frantic online searching, I discovered foxes can make sounds disturbingly similar to human screams. It had given me such relief to find that explanation. So I sat up in bed with my phone, searching for any animals that might sound like children crying, maybe raccoons or some nocturnal bird. But nothing seemed to match what we'd heard. This wasn't some animal sound that vaguely resembled crying. This was the specific, distinctive crying of those two particular children, with all their unique vocal patterns and habits that I've come to know so well. My partner fell back asleep pretty quickly, but I couldn't. I kept straining to hear if the sound would come back. The house remained silent, but my mind wouldn't quiet down. I couldn't stop thinking about how clearly I'd heard those cries, how certain I was that it was them, and how completely untrue that had turned out to be. Around 4:30, I got up to use the bathroom and found myself pausing outside the boys' room again. I cracked the door open just a sliver and peered in. Both still fast asleep, in exactly the same positions. The oldest was also sleeping soundly. The house was completely silent. I've never considered myself particularly superstitious or a believer in the paranormal. I'm usually the person looking for the logical explanation. But sitting back in bed that night, unable to sleep as the digital clock numbers slowly changed, I couldn't help but feel like something was deeply wrong. What if the crying we heard was some kind of warning? What if something was going to happen to the boys? These thoughts kept circling in my head. I even found myself checking to make sure the doors and windows were locked, though I'd done that before bed, as I always do. The next morning, I asked the boys if they remembered having any bad dreams. They both said no, and seemed perfectly normal at breakfast. My partner had mostly dismissed the whole thing, suggesting maybe we'd both been half asleep and confused. But I know what I heard. And what makes it even more unsettling is that this wasn't the first weird thing to happen in this house. About 6 months ago, the oldest kid mentioned seeing someone in the hallway at night, describing a shadow person who walked past their door. We assumed it was just a typical childhood nightmare. A month later, the 7-year-old refused to sleep in his room for a week because he said someone was watching him from the corner. Again, we chalked it up to an overactive imagination and the normal fears kids have. But after what happened, I'm not so sure anymore. Maybe kids are more sensitive to whatever is in this house. Maybe they've been sensing something all along that we adults have been too quick to dismiss. Since that night, I've been paying more attention to the little things. The way the temperature seems to drop in certain parts of the house for no reason. How the dogs sometimes stare and bark at empty corners. The times when I could swear I heard footsteps upstairs when everyone was downstairs. I started researching the history of our house, trying to find out if anything happened here that might explain the weird occurrences. The house is about 70 years old, and I haven't found anything dramatic like murders or tragic deaths. But there's a gap in the ownership records in the 80s that I haven't been able to fill in yet. The most disturbing development came last week. I was home alone during the day while everyone was at school and work. I was in the kitchen when I heard what sounded like a child's laughter coming from upstairs, followed by the distinct sound of running footsteps across the ceiling. It lasted just a few seconds, but it was unmistakable. I stood frozen in the kitchen, my heart pounding. There was nobody else home. Nobody. I forced myself to go upstairs and check every room, every closet. Of course, I found nothing. No signs of any disturbance, no open windows, nothing out of place, just empty, silent rooms. I haven't told my partner about this latest incident. They already think I'm becoming obsessive about the crying incident. But I know what I heard that night, and I know what I heard last week. Something is in this house with us. Something that can mimic the children's voices with terrifying accuracy. Last night, I woke up again around 3 in the morning. I lay perfectly still, listening. The house was quiet, but I had this overwhelming feeling of being watched. I can't explain it any better than that. Just this certainty that something was there, aware of me, waiting. I didn't wake my partner this time. I just lay there, heart racing, until eventually I must have fallen back asleep. When I woke up in the morning, I found a small toy car on the floor next to my side of the bed, one of the 5-year-old's favorites that's usually kept in a bin in their room. When I asked if he'd come into our room during the night, he looked confused and said no. The toy bin in their room was closed, just as it had been the night before. I don't know what's happening in this house. I don't know if we're dealing with something supernatural or if there's some rational explanation I haven't figured out yet. All I know is that the sound of those children crying when they weren't crying still haunts me. And I can't shake the feeling that whatever made those sounds was trying to get our attention for a reason I'm afraid we might find out sooner rather than later. Story 4. I've never really shared this experience before, but it's been weighing on me for a while now. I still don't know what to make of it, but I swear every word is true. It happened about 8 months ago. I was up late, around 11:30 at night, just scrolling through my phone before bed. Everyone else in the house was asleep. It was one of those quiet nights where even the neighborhood dogs were silent. The first thing I noticed was how cold the room suddenly got. Not like when the AC kicks in, but like someone had opened a window in winter. I looked up from my phone, and there she was, standing at the foot of my bed. At first, I thought I was hallucinating from exhaustion. She wasn't solid, kind of transparent around the edges, like looking at someone underwater. But I could see her clearly enough. A woman maybe in her late 20s, wearing what looked like a simple blouse and jeans. Nothing dramatic or ghost-like, just normal clothes except her face. Her face was streaked with tears. She was crying silently, just standing there staring at me. I remember my heart racing so fast, I thought I might pass out. I couldn't move. I couldn't even scream. My throat just closed up. We just stared at each other for what felt like forever. Then she spoke. Her voice wasn't scary or otherworldly, just sad. So incredibly sad. "I didn't want to die," she said. Not really. That's when I recognized her. A few weeks earlier, there had been a news story about a young woman who had taken her own life. It hadn't been a major headline, just one of those tragic local stories that appears for a day, then gets buried under everything else. I remembered seeing her photo, the same face that was now in my bedroom. I managed to find my voice. "Why? Why are you here? Why me?" She told me her birth date and time, October 12th, 1993, born at 4:17 in the afternoon. Such specific details. She said she needed help, that she was stuck. I've studied Jiwei Dao Shu for years. It's an ancient Chinese divination system that maps a person's destiny based on their birth information. I've never told many people about this interest of mine. It's just something I do privately. But somehow, she knew. With shaking hands, I grabbed my notebook from my nightstand and quickly calculated her chart. As the numbers and symbols came together, I felt sick to my stomach. There in her chart was a clear indication of depression, but also something else, a potential way out that never materialized. In Jiwei terminology, she needed a guren, a noble person, a helper, to intervene at a critical moment. But that person had never appeared in her life. "You could have made it through," I whispered, looking up from my calculations. She nodded, more tears streaming down her face. "I know that now." Then she showed me how she died, not through words, but through a kind of shared vision. Suddenly, I could feel her despair, her isolation. I could see her apartment, the pills, the note. I could feel her regret the moment after she'd taken too many to turn back. The crushing weight of her depression and the terrible clarity that came too late. The intensity of these feelings hit me like a physical blow. I started crying too, overwhelmed by her pain and anger at a world that had failed her so completely. "Who sent you here?" I asked, when I could speak again. Why me, specifically? Goikai, she replied. I'd never heard this term before, but she explained that Goikai was like a policeman of the underworld, someone who manages spirits and directs them where they need to go. Apparently, this Goikai had sent her to me specifically. The encounter lasted maybe 20 minutes, but it felt like hours. Eventually, she just faded away, leaving me alone in my room, shivering and confused. I didn't sleep at all that night. I kept the lights on until dawn, afraid she would return, but also strangely concerned for her. The next day, I tried to convince myself it had been a vivid dream or some kind of sleep paralysis. I even Googled her name and found the news article again, reading it over and over, looking for clues. The article mentioned she had been a piano teacher who loved working with kids. That detail wasn't in my dream, which made the whole experience even more unsettling. The second night, I was terrified to go to bed. I tried to stay awake as long as possible, but eventually exhaustion won out. Around the same time, 11:30, she appeared again. This time I wasn't as shocked, just deeply unsettled. "You have something I need," she said. No greeting, no preamble. "What could I possibly have that would help you?" I asked. "The white umbrella," she replied, as if it was obvious. "You have a white umbrella that can protect me on my journey." I had no idea what she was talking about. I don't own any white umbrellas, and certainly nothing spiritual or mystical that could help a ghost. When I told her this, she just shook her head. "You have it," she insisted. "You just can't see it. It was given to you long ago for protection, but I need it now." I was completely confused. In my desperation, I turned to the only spiritual guidance I trusted, Guan Yin Pusa, the Bodhisattva of compassion. I have a small altar with her statue, and while the ghost watched, I lit incense and prayed for guidance. I used divination sticks, small numbered bamboo sticks that you shake until one falls out, then interpret the corresponding message. The answer I received was clear. I should give her this umbrella, but refuse any other requests. The divination also warned me not to get too involved with spirits, as they can drain your energy and life force. "I'll give you the umbrella," I told her, not even sure how to do it. "But that's all I can do. I can't help you further." She seemed to understand, nodding solemnly. I closed my eyes and visualized a white umbrella, pure, protective, and glowing with light. I imagined transferring it from myself to her, letting it go completely. I felt a strange sensation, like something was being pulled from my solar plexus. Not painful, but definitely noticeable. When I opened my eyes, she was smiling slightly for the first time. "Thank you," she whispered, and then she was gone. I spent the next few days researching everything I could about white umbrellas in spiritual contexts. I discovered that in some Buddhist traditions, the white parasol, or Siddhata Patra, is a symbol of protection, particularly protection from evil influences and harm. It's associated with purity and safe passage between realms. I'd never consciously known this before. A full week passed with no visits. I started to relax, thinking perhaps whatever strange experience I'd had was over. Then one night, I had an incredibly vivid dream. I was in a bright, peaceful garden. The air was clear and sweet-smelling, unlike anything on earth. In the center of the garden was a white gazebo with a piano. She was there, playing beautiful music while children listened, completely enraptured. She looked different, radiant, peaceful, with no trace of the sadness that had defined her before. When she saw me, she stopped playing and walked over. "I made it," she said simply. "The umbrella protected me from the darker realms. I'm where I need to be now." She gestured to the children. "I can do what I love here." Even in the dream, I knew this was a kind of goodbye. "Are you happy now?" I asked. She nodded. "Thank you for your help. Not everyone would have listened." I woke up with tears on my face, but feeling strangely at peace. Whatever had happened, whatever I'd experienced, dream, hallucination, or genuine spiritual encounter, it felt resolved. It's been months now, and I haven't seen her again. Sometimes I still wonder if my mind created the whole thing as some kind of psychological response to reading about her tragic death in the news. Other times, I'm absolutely certain what happened was real. The thing that convinces me most was how accurately her G-Way chart matched her life circumstances, details I couldn't have known from that brief news article, and the white umbrella. How could my subconscious have created such a specific spiritual symbol that I had no prior knowledge of? I've never told anyone this story until now. It sounds crazy, I know, but sometimes when I'm practicing divination or praying at my altar, I feel a sense of gratitude that doesn't seem to be my own. And occasionally, very faintly, I think I can hear piano music when there's no source nearby. I don't know if I'll ever have another experience like this. Part of me hopes not. It was intensely draining and frightening at times. But another part of me is glad I could help, even if it was just giving up some spiritual protection I didn't know I had. I still check the G-Way charts of people I care about, looking for those who might need a gurin in their lives. Maybe that's the real lesson here, that sometimes just being present for someone at the right moment can change the course of their destiny. I just wish someone had been there for her before it was too late. Story 5. I've never really told this story to anyone outside my family. It's been about 9 years since it happened, but I still get goosebumps thinking about it. This was back in 2014, maybe early 2015, and it's one of those experiences that makes you question everything you thought you knew about reality. We were living in this old house that always had a weird vibe to it. Nothing I could ever put my finger on, just occasional strange noises or things being moved around that nobody would admit to moving. The kind of stuff you can easily brush off as your imagination playing tricks on you. But what happened that night was different. It wasn't something any of us could explain away. That particular weekend, we had some relatives staying over. My aunt and uncle were visiting with their kids, which meant our sleeping arrangements were all messed up. I ended up sharing my dad's bed since the guest room and my room were taken. I wasn't thrilled about it, but it was just for a couple of nights. I remember it was unusually quiet that night. Usually you could hear the neighborhood dogs or the occasional car passing by, but everything felt still, almost like the world was holding its breath. I fell asleep pretty quickly, exhausted from entertaining our guests all day. I woke up sometime in the middle of the night, completely parched. My throat felt like sandpaper, and I knew I wouldn't be able to go back to sleep without getting some water. The digital clock on my dad's nightstand showed it was around 3 in the morning, that time when the night feels the most silent and empty. I carefully got out of bed, trying not to wake my dad, who was sleeping soundly on the other side. He's always been a heavy sleeper, so I wasn't too worried about disturbing him. I made my way to the kitchen, the floorboards creaking softly under my feet. Our house was old, and every step announced your presence in the darkness. The kitchen was bathed in this eerie blue light coming from the microwave clock. I didn't turn on the lights because I didn't want to blind myself or wake anyone else up. I just grabbed a glass from the cabinet, filled it with tap water, and gulped it down. The cool water felt amazing against my dry throat. As I stood there in the darkness, I got this sudden feeling that I wasn't alone. You know that feeling when you can sense someone watching you. It was like that, but more intense. I quickly glanced around the kitchen but couldn't see anyone. Still, the feeling persisted. I hurried back to the bedroom, suddenly eager to get back under the covers. I slipped back into bed as quietly as I could. My dad hadn't moved an inch. He was still lying on his back, breathing deeply. I pulled the covers up to my chin and closed my eyes, trying to shake off that uneasy feeling from the kitchen. I figured it was just my imagination playing tricks on me in the dark. I was just starting to drift off when I felt it. A hand under the covers, touching my leg. At first I thought it was just my dad. Maybe he had woken up when I came back and was letting me know he was awake. But when I turned my head to look at him, he hadn't moved. His breathing was still deep and regular, clearly fast asleep, but the hand was still there. It was slowly moving up my leg, the touchlight, but unmistakable. I froze completely. My body went rigid with fear, and I couldn't even breathe. The hand felt wrong. It wasn't warm like a human hand should be. It felt thin, almost frail, with long bony fingers that seemed to press into my skin with a deliberate slowness. I've never felt fear like that before or since. It was pure, primal terror that seemed to flood every cell in my body. My brain was screaming at me to move, to yell, to do something, but I was paralyzed. All I could focus on was that hand slowly creeping up my leg under the covers. What felt like hours was probably only seconds. Finally, some survival instinct kicked in, and I jerked my leg away violently. I thrashed around in the bed, deliberately making as much noise and movement as possible to wake my dad. I wasn't brave enough to actually say what was happening. I couldn't even form the words. I just needed him awake. "What's wrong? What happened?" My dad's voice was groggy with sleep as he sat up. Did you touch my leg?" I managed to stammer out. "What?" "No, I was asleep," he replied, sounding confused. "Why? What's going on?" I couldn't tell him. How do you tell someone that you felt a hand touching you when there's no one there? I mumbled something about a nightmare and a leg cramp. I could tell he didn't really buy it, but he was too tired to push. He patted my shoulder awkwardly and told me to go back to sleep. But there was no way I was closing my eyes again. I lay there, rigid, staring at the ceiling for what felt like forever. The hand didn't return, but the feeling of being watched did. It was like whatever had touched me was still in the room, observing my fear, maybe even enjoying it. Eventually, the first grey light of dawn started filtering through the curtains, and I felt myself relaxing slightly. There's something about darkness that makes everything scarier, and the coming of daylight felt like a reprieve. I must have finally fallen asleep from sheer exhaustion, because the next thing I knew, my dad was getting up and the room was filled with morning light. I dragged myself out of bed, feeling drained and shaky. When I went to the kitchen, my mum was already there making coffee. She looked as tired as I felt, with dark circles under her eyes. When she saw me, she gave me an odd look. "Did you sleep okay?" she asked, but something in her tone made me think she already knew the answer. "Not really," I admitted. I don't know, a weird experience." My mom's hands trembled slightly as she set down her coffee mug. "What kind of weird experience?" I hesitated, still embarrassed and scared to talk about it. But something in her expression pushed me to continue. I felt a hand touching my leg in the middle of the night, but Dad was asleep and there was nobody else there. The color drained from my mom's face. She sat down heavily at the kitchen table and motioned for me to join her. "I saw something last night," she whispered, glancing toward the hallway, as if afraid someone might overhear. "I got up to use the bathroom around 3:30, and when I was walking back to bed, I saw someone standing in the corner of the living room." My blood ran cold. "Who was it? One of the guests?" She shook her head slowly. "It wasn't anyone I know. It was a figure. About my height. It had this messy, wild hair, but..." She swallowed hard before continuing. "It didn't have a face. Where the face should have been, there was just nothing. It was just standing there, facing the wall. Then it turned toward me and I ran back to the bedroom." We sat in silence for a moment, the implications of our two experiences hitting us both. Whatever had touched me under the covers might have been the same thing my mom had seen in the living room. The timing matched up too perfectly to be a coincidence. Later that day, when our guests had left, My dad finally admitted that he'd been awake longer than he'd let on after I woke him up. He said he'd felt a strange coldness on his side of the bed, like someone had opened a window in the middle of winter, but all the windows were closed and it was summer. We spent the next few days checking every inch of the house, looking for logical explanations. Maybe someone had broken in, but nothing was missing, and all the doors and windows were locked from the inside. Maybe it was some kind of shared hallucination brought on by carbon monoxide. We had the detectors checked. They were working fine, no leak. In the end, we were left with the unsettling conclusion that something had come into our house that night. Something that could touch you beneath the covers with a hand that felt inhuman. Something that could stand in your living room with no face, just watching. Something that could bring a supernatural cold into a warm summer night. We never experienced anything that intense in the house again, though the small disturbances continued. Items moving, strange noises, that feeling of being watched. We moved out about a year later for reasons we claimed were unrelated, but I think we all knew the real reason. I still can't explain what happened that night. I've tried to rationalize it 1,000 different ways, but nothing fits. All I know is that the memory of those bony fingers slowly crawling up my leg still keeps me awake sometimes, and I always make sure every part of my body is covered by blankets when I sleep. Something came into our house that night, and even though it's been 9 years, I still don't know what it was or why it chose us. But I'll never forget how that hand felt, or the faceless figure my mom described. Some nights I still wake up at exactly 3 in the morning, my body tense, waiting to feel that touch again. Story 6. I've never actually told this story to anyone outside my family. It feels strange to write it down, but I need to share it with people who might understand or have experienced something similar. I was born in 1992, 3 years after my sister Haley passed away. I never got to meet her, but she's been a part of our family my entire life. There's a small framed photo of her in our living room, tiny, wrapped in a pink blanket in the hospital incubator. My mom always made sure we knew about her, talked about her like she was still with us somehow. Growing up, I just accepted the way my parents and older siblings would sometimes talk to an empty chair at dinner, or leave a tiny space on the couch when we watched movies together. "That's Haley's spot," my mom would say, and none of us questioned it. My oldest brother, who was born in 1986, was the only one who really remembered her. He was only 3 when she was born and died, but he'd talk about holding her tiny hand through the holes in the incubator. My parents never hid Haley's story from us. Mom was hospitalized when she was 7 months pregnant with what doctors thought was appendicitis. They performed surgery, and the next day she went into early labor. Haley was 3 months premature and spent her first weeks in an incubator. Everything seemed fine when they finally brought her home. But then one afternoon when Mom went to check on her after a nap, Haley wasn't breathing. They rushed her to the hospital where doctors discovered she had contracted golden staph infection. She fell into a coma and died a few days later. The infection had gone completely unnoticed by doctors before they discharged her. My parents were devastated. They filed complaints against the hospital, but nothing could bring Haley back. I always felt a weird connection to the sister I never met. Maybe it was because my parents talked about her so much, or maybe it was something else. I can't explain it. But last summer, something happened that I still can't make sense of. I was back home from college for a few months, staying in my childhood bedroom. It was mid-July, hot and sticky, even with the AC running. I'd been having trouble sleeping, partly because of the heat, partly because being back in my old room always felt strange after being away. It was around 3 in the morning, and I was scrolling through my phone, trying to get tired enough to fall asleep. The house was completely silent, except for the faint hum of the air conditioner. Then I heard it, a soft giggle, like a little girl laughing. It was so faint, I thought I'd imagined it. I put my phone down and sat up. "Hello," I whispered, feeling stupid immediately afterward. The house was dark, everyone was asleep. But then I heard it again, that same soft laugh, a little louder this time, and it sounded like it was coming from the hallway outside my room. A chill ran down my spine despite the summer heat. I got out of bed and walked to my door. The hallway was empty, lit only by the dim nightlight my mum always kept plugged in near the bathroom. I stood there for a minute, listening, but heard nothing else. I was about to go back to bed when I noticed something weird. The door to what used to be the nursery, now my dad's home office, was open. Dad always closed that door at night. Always. I walked down the hallway and stopped in front of the office. The room was dark except for the faint glow from my dad's computer monitor in sleep mode. But there was something else, a sweet smell like baby powder and something floral. It was Haley's room when she was alive. Mom had decorated it with pink flowers and butterflies. They kept it that way for years after she died, until I was about 10, and Dad finally converted it into his office. Standing in the doorway, I suddenly felt like I wasn't alone. The air felt thick, charged somehow, like when a thunderstorm is about to break, and then I saw it, a small shadow moving across the wall. It wasn't from the computer monitor or any other light source I could see. It moved like a person, but small, child-sized. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I wanted to run back to my room, but I couldn't move. The shadow stopped moving and seemed to turn toward me. I swear I could feel someone looking at me, studying me. "Haley," I whispered, feeling both terrified and strangely calm at the same time. The shadow flickered, and then suddenly the computer monitor went completely black. The room plunged into darkness, and I stumbled backward into the hallway. I hurried back to my room and shut the door, breathing hard. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning at breakfast, I wanted to tell my parents what happened, but something held me back. Instead, I asked, "Do you guys ever feel like Haley is still here with us?" My mom stopped pouring her coffee and looked at me. "All the time," she said quietly. "Why do you ask?" I shrugged, trying to seem casual, just curious. My dad put down his newspaper. "Did something happen?" I was about to deny it when my older brother walked in. "She's in the office a lot," he said matter-of-factly, grabbing a piece of toast. "That was her room. She likes it in there." My parents didn't seem surprised by this at all. My mom nodded like this was perfectly normal conversation for 7:30 in the morning. "Have you seen her?" I asked my brother. He shook his head. "Not seen, just felt. Sometimes the room gets cold for no reason, or I smell baby powder." "That happens to me too," my mom said. She hesitated, then added, "Sometimes I hear her crying, not sad crying. Baby noises, you know, like she's trying to talk." I told them what happened the night before. All of it. The giggle, the shadow, the feeling of being watched. My dad got a strange look on his face. "Yesterday was July 15th, he said quietly, the day we brought her home from the hospital." A heavy silence fell over the kitchen. I hadn't realized the date. None of us had mentioned it. "She wants you to know her," my mom said finally. "You were born after... You're the only one of her siblings she never got to meet." That night, I couldn't stop thinking about Haley. I went through old photo albums, looking at the few pictures we had of her. Tiny, fragile in the incubator. Mom holding her when they finally got to bring her home. Dad looking exhausted but happy. My brother, just a toddler then, peering curiously at the new baby. When I finally went to bed, I left my door open a crack. I don't know why. Maybe I was hoping Haley would visit again. Maybe I was just too freaked out to close myself in completely. I must have fallen asleep eventually, because I woke up suddenly at 2:15 in the morning. My room was cold, much colder than it should have been with the AC settings we keep in summer. My breath was making little clouds in the air, like I was outside in winter. The door was open wider now. and there was a soft light spilling into my room from the hallway, not the usual yellowish glow of the nightlight, but something whiter, brighter. I sat up, my heart pounding again. "Hello?" I whispered. The light in the hallway flickered like someone had walked in front of it. Then I heard the giggle again, louder than before, clear as day. I got out of bed, my bare feet hitting the cold floor. I walked to the door and looked out into the hallway. The light was coming from the office, Haley's old room. It was a bright, pure white light pouring out from under the closed door. Closed. The door was closed now. I stood frozen for a moment, then forced myself to walk down the hallway. As I got closer to the office, I could hear something. Not just the giggling, but a soft humming. It sounded like a lullaby my mom used to sing to us. I reached for the doorknob, my hand shaking. It was ice cold to the touch. I hesitated, then turned it and pushed the door open. The light was blinding at first. I had to squint and shield my eyes. As they adjusted, I could see that the room looked different. The desk and computer were gone. The walls were pink. There was a crib in the corner. My mouth went dry. I was looking at the nursery, exactly as it had been over 20 years ago. The light seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. And then I saw her. Not clearly, more like a shimmer in the air near the crib. A small, translucent shape that vaguely resembled a child. Not a baby, older, maybe 3 or 4 years old. How Haley would have looked if she'd lived. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. The shape drifted toward me, and the room got even colder. I could see my breath coming in quick, panicked puffs. The shape stopped about a foot away from me. I couldn't make out facial features, just a general impression of a small girl, but I felt her looking at me, examining me. And then I heard a voice, not out loud, but somehow inside my head. Sister. Just that one word, but it was enough to make my knees buckle. I grabbed the doorframe to steady myself. The shape reached out, and I felt something brush against my cheek. It was like being touched by static electricity, a tingling sensation that made the hairs on my arms stand up. And then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the light began to fade. The nursery shimmered and dissolved, revealing my dad's office again. The desk, the computer, the filing cabinets, everything back to normal. The shape near me grew fainter until it was gone completely. I stood there in the dark for I don't know how long, unable to process what had just happened. Eventually, I made my way back to my room and sat on my bed until morning, afraid to sleep, afraid to think too much about what I'd seen. At breakfast, my parents knew something was wrong the moment they saw me. I must have looked awful, pale with dark circles under my eyes. I told them everything, my voice shaking. I expected them to think I was crazy or had a vivid dream. Instead, my mom started crying. She reached across the table and took my hand. "She's been trying to reach you for years," she said. "You were always the one who seemed to sense her the most, even as a little girl. Remember how you used to talk to your invisible friend in the office? That was around the time you were 3 or 4. I didn't remember this at all. My mom explained that I used to have long conversations with someone no one else could see. When they asked who I was talking to, I would always say, 'my sister.' They thought it was just a child's imagination. But now, that summer, things escalated. Objects in the house would move when no one was looking. The nursery-turned-office became a hotspot for strange occurrences. Dad's computer would turn on by itself. Files would be rearranged. Once, we found all the desk drawers open in the morning, with old baby clothes laid out neatly on the floor. Clothes my parents had stored in the attic after Haley died. My brother confirmed he'd been experiencing things for years, but never wanted to scare the rest of us. Lights flickering when he mentioned Haley's name. The sound of a music box that no longer existed, playing late at night. A small handprint appearing on a fogged bathroom mirror after his shower. I'm back at college now, but I still think about that night all the time, about seeing Haley, or what I believe was Haley, about that one word she spoke to me. Sister. I don't know if I'll ever fully understand what happened, or if I'll ever experience anything like it again. But I do know that my family wasn't crazy all those years, leaving spaces at the dinner table and talking to empty chairs. Haley is still with us somehow, still part of our family, and sometimes, late at night in my dorm room, I swear I can hear a faint giggle, or feel a cold spot next to me on the bed. And I don't feel scared anymore. I just whisper, "Good night, Haley," and feel a strange sense of peace knowing my sister is watching over me. Story 7. I still have nightmares about that night. It was just a stupid, normal teenage thing. My cousin and I were bored out of our minds during summer break, and we decided to sneak out for a late-night McDonald's run. Nothing crazy, just our little rebellion against curfews and parents who treated us like kids even though we were 16. It was something we'd done maybe a dozen times before without any problems. That night felt perfect for an adventure. Warm, with just a slight breeze, stars scattered across the sky. We left around 3:30 in the morning, and by the time we finished our food and started heading back, it was just after 4. The streets were practically empty. Just the occasional car passing by, headlights sweeping across the pavement and then disappearing. It felt like we owned the town. We were laughing about something stupid. I don't even remember what now, when we approached the road crossing that led to this tunnel walkway near the local Tesco. The streetlights cast these long shadows that stretched across the pavement. Everything was quiet except for the distant hum of the highway and our footsteps. We both stopped at exactly the same moment. It wasn't planned or anything. We just froze mid-step like someone had hit a pause button on us. There was this house just off the path that we'd passed dozens of times. Nothing special about it. Semi-detached, small garden, typical suburban home. But there was this cat sitting in the front window. Now we'd seen this cat before on our late-night walks. It was always in that same window, perfectly still, watching the street. We used to joke about it being stuffed because it barely moved, but it had never bothered us before. This time, though, something felt wrong. The cat wasn't moving at all, not even a twitch of its tail or a blink. Its eyes were fixed on something below, outside the house. That's when I noticed her. Under the streetlight, at the bottom of the garden near the path, stood a woman. She was dressed completely in black. Not like fashionable black or goth stuff, but like someone had draped her in material that absorbed all the light around it. She was impossibly tall and skinny, with limbs that seemed too long for her body. Her clothes didn't hang right. They seemed to flow around her, almost like smoke or water, even though there wasn't enough wind to cause that. Her head was slightly tilted forward, like she was studying the ground or watching something we couldn't see. I remember thinking maybe she was looking for a lost pet or something, but even that explanation felt wrong the moment I thought it. Then she turned around. It wasn't a normal turn. People don't move like that. It was one smooth, continuous motion, like someone rotating a mannequin or a puppet. No shifting of weight, no small adjustments that humans make. Just this single, fluid movement until she was facing us directly. I couldn't make out her face clearly in the streetlight, but what I could see made my stomach drop. Her eyes were deep shadows, but I could feel them fixed on us. Her expression was completely blank, emotionless, yet somehow conveyed pure rage. Her skin was stretched too tight across her face, making her cheekbones jut out sharply and her chin look unnaturally pointed. The moment our eyes met, or at least when I felt her gaze lock onto mine, this wave of cold slammed into my chest. It wasn't just fear. It was like someone had replaced all the warm summer air with winter. Every single hair on my body stood on end, and my skin erupted in goosebumps so intense they hurt. My cousin grabbed my arm, his fingers digging in painfully. I don't know which of us moved first, but suddenly we were running toward the tunnel walkway. It was this underpass that cut beneath some train tracks, about 30 meters long, with flickering fluorescent lights that never worked properly. During the day, it was just an ordinary shortcut. At night, it always felt a bit creepy, but it was the fastest way home. We were halfway through the tunnel when my cousin looked back. I wish he hadn't. "She's following us," he whispered, his voice cracking. I glanced over my shoulder. She was there, at the mouth of the tunnel, still walking, not running, just this steady, deliberate pace. But somehow she was closer than she should have been, way closer, like she was covering twice the distance with each step. And she was completely silent. Our footsteps echoed loudly in the tunnel, but hers made no sound at all. Nothing, not even the rustle of clothing. We ran harder, practically tripping over ourselves to get to the stairs at the end of the tunnel that led up to the street. My lungs were burning, and my legs felt weak with terror. We scrambled up the steps, and I risked another look back. She was on the stairs behind us, still walking at that same measured pace, but somehow gaining on us. Her movements were jerky now, like stop-motion animation with frames missing. One step, then suddenly 3 steps higher without moving between them. Her head remained perfectly still, while her legs moved, like they weren't connected properly. We burst out onto the sidewalk and sprinted past darkened shop fronts and houses with shuttered windows. I couldn't feel my legs anymore. It was like I was floating on pure adrenaline. We didn't stop until we spotted a group of early morning workers waiting at a bus stop ahead. I turned back again, certain she would be right behind us. But the street was empty, not like she had turned a corner or ducked behind something. She was just gone, vanished completely. One moment pursuing us, the next, nothing. The street stretched empty behind us, pools of light from the street lamps illuminating absolutely nothing unusual. We made it home and snuck back in through my bedroom window. We didn't talk about what happened. Not that night, not the next day. It was like if we spoke about it, we'd make it more real. But I could see in my cousin's face that he was as shaken as I was. For weeks afterward, I convinced myself it had been someone messing with us, or a weird shadow, or just our imaginations working overtime in the early morning hours. But deep down, I knew better. I've researched local ghost stories, urban legends, everything I could find about our town. There's nothing about a tall woman in black. No history of disappearances near that tunnel. No murders that might explain what we saw. I've walked that route in daylight dozens of times since then. The house looks perfectly normal. Sometimes the cat is there, sometimes it's not. But I've never gone back at night, and I never will. The weirdest part is how that experience changed things permanently for me. I used to love staying up late, enjoying the quiet solitude of the night. Now I can't stand being out after dark. If I see a cat sitting in a window watching the street, my heart starts racing instantly, and tall, thin women make me nervous, even in broad daylight in crowded places. Last month, I was at the supermarket when I saw a woman at the end of the aisle. She was unusually tall, wearing a long black coat. For a second, my heart stopped. Then she turned, and it was just a normal woman with a normal face. She probably wondered why this random person was staring at her with pure terror. I don't know what we saw that night. I don't know if it was human or something else. All I know is that it felt wrong in a way I can't properly explain, like looking at something that was pretending to be human, but didn't quite understand how humans are supposed to move or look. Sometimes I wonder if we were just in the wrong place at the wrong time, if we interrupted something we weren't meant to see. Other times, I wonder if that thing was hunting and we were the prey that got away. Whatever it was, I know it was real. And I know that if I ever see her again, that woman in black with her too tight skin and silent steps, I won't be lucky enough to escape a second time. Even now, 4 years later, when I pass that street or catch a glimpse of a cat sitting perfectly still in a window, I get that same cold twist in my stomach. That feeling that something unnatural is nearby, watching, waiting, and sometimes, just sometimes, when I'm alone in my room at night, I swear I can hear footsteps in the hallway that make no sound at all. Story 8. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. I was raised to be practical, to find logical explanations for things, but what happened with my little cousin changed everything for me. It started about 4 months ago. My aunt, uncle, and their 2 boys, Jamie, 11, and Lucas, 5, were staying with us after a pipe burst in their house, flooding the entire first floor. The repairs were taking forever because of insurance issues, so they moved in temporarily. We have a big enough house, and I honestly enjoyed having them around. The first week was completely normal. The boys shared the guest bedroom across from mine. Lucas, the younger one, was this bundle of energy during the day, running around, playing with his toys, making everyone laugh. But at night, he'd fall asleep instantly. His brother Jamie told us Lucas had always been a heavy sleeper who rarely even moved once he was out. That changed on the 8th night they were with us. I woke up around 2 in the morning to the sound of crying. Not loud sobbing, but this soft, continuous whimpering that sent chills down my spine. I got out of bed and peeked into the hallway. There was Lucas, standing in the middle of the corridor in his dinosaur pajamas, crying with his eyes completely closed. He was sleepwalking. "Lucas," I whispered, not wanting to startle him. He didn't respond, but kept walking slowly toward the stairs, still making that awful whimpering sound. I was about to grab him when Jamie appeared from their bedroom. "It's okay," Jamie whispered to me. "He does this sometimes. I'll handle it." I watched as Jamie gently took his little brother's hand and led him back to bed, whispering comforting words. Once they were back in their room, I asked Jamie if this was normal. "It started happening about a month ago," Jamie explained, looking tired. "He just gets up crying and tries to go downstairs. Mom and Dad took him to the doctor, but they said it was probably just stress from starting kindergarten or something." "Where's he trying to go?" I asked. Jamie shrugged. "He always heads for the front door. One night at home, I caught him with his hand on the doorknob. It's like he's trying to leave." That first night was disturbing, but what followed was worse. For the next 2 weeks, Lucas would sleepwalk almost every night, always at different times, always crying and always heading toward the front door. Jamie would always catch him and bring him back, and in the morning, Lucas never remembered anything. My aunt and uncle were worried sick. They took him to another doctor who suggested it might be night terrors, but nothing they prescribed helped. After about 2 weeks, the sleepwalking suddenly stopped. We all breathed a sigh of relief, thinking whatever phase it was had passed. For almost 3 weeks, everything was normal. Lucas slept through the night, and we all started to relax. My aunt even joked that maybe he'd been possessed, and the spirit had found a more interesting kid to haunt. We all laughed it off. Then came the dream. I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I'd gone to bed around 11 after studying for finals. I fell asleep quickly, and at first it was just a normal, forgettable dream. But then everything shifted. The dream became incredibly vivid, the kind where you can feel textures, smell scents, hear every little sound. It didn't feel like a dream at all. I was standing in our upstairs hallway. It was dark, but not completely black, just like it is in reality when only the small nightlight in the bathroom is on. I could hear the house creaking like it always does at night, and even feel the slight draft from the vent near my feet. Then I heard a door open. It was the guest room. Lucas stepped out in his dinosaur pajamas, but there was something off about him. His movements were mechanical, like he was being pulled by invisible strings. His eyes were open but completely vacant. "I have to go," he said in a flat voice that didn't sound like him at all. "I have to go now." In my dream, I tried to speak, to ask him where he needed to go, but I couldn't make a sound. I was frozen in place, able only to watch as he walked toward the stairs. When he reached the top of the staircase, I finally managed to move. I followed him down the stairs, calling his name, but he didn't respond. He walked straight to the front door and reached for the handle. That's when I saw it. Through the small window pane in our front door, there was a face looking in, but calling it a face doesn't really capture the horror of what I saw. It was an old man, but so gaunt that his skin seemed to be just a thin layer stretched over his skull. His eyes were sunken deep into their sockets, but somehow still bulging, yellowish and bloodshot. His mouth was the worst part, too wide for a human face, with thin, cracked lips pulled back to reveal blackened teeth. He was pressing his face against the glass, his breath fogging it up in rapid little pulses, and he was speaking. "Come here," the thing was saying over and over. "Come here, come here, come here." Lucas reached for the door handle, and I tried to scream, to run to him, to do something, anything, to stop him. But I was paralyzed. All I could do was watch as his small hand wrapped around the doorknob. Just as he began to turn it, I woke up, gasping and drenched in sweat. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I immediately got up and ran to check on Lucas. He was safe in his bed, sleeping peacefully next to Jamie. I stood there watching them both breathe for a long time, trying to convince myself it was just a nightmare, but it hadn't felt like a nightmare. It had felt like I was being shown something real. I couldn't fall back asleep that night. When morning came, I was exhausted but too unsettled to even think about going back to bed. At breakfast, my mom noticed how pale I looked and asked if I was feeling okay. "I had a really bad dream," I said, not wanting to freak everyone out. But the images from the dream kept flashing in my mind, and before I knew it, I was telling them everything. About Lucas saying, "I have to go," about the horrifying face at the door, about the voice saying, "Come here." The table went completely silent when I finished. My aunt was staring at me, her coffee cup frozen halfway to her mouth. Uncle John's face had gone completely white. "Lucas said that in his sleep," my aunt finally whispered. "The night before we came here. He sat up in bed and said, 'I have to go,' before he started sleepwalking. We never told anyone." Jamie was looking at his little brother with wide eyes. Lucas, oblivious to the conversation, was happily eating his cereal and playing with a toy dinosaur. "It's just a coincidence," my mom tried to rationalize, but her voice lacked conviction. "Maybe," my uncle said, "but I'm not taking chances with this." He turned to my aunt. "We should take him to see Mrs. Abernathy." My aunt nodded immediately, which surprised me. Aunt Sarah is a registered nurse and usually scoffs at anything that isn't backed by science. For her to agree to this meant she was truly scared. "Who's Mrs. Abernathy?" I asked. "She lives on the edge of town," my uncle explained. "Some people call her a witch doctor or a healer. She knows about things that doctors don't understand." That afternoon, they took Lucas to see Mrs. Abernathy. I begged to go with them, but they insisted it would be better if just the immediate family went. They were gone for almost 3 hours. When they returned, Lucas was clutching a small fabric pouch that smelled strongly of herbs and something else I couldn't identify. "She said he's being called," my aunt told us later that night after the boys were asleep. "Mrs. Abernathy said there are entities that look for children who can see beyond the veil. They call to them, try to lure them away." "Away to where?" my mom asked, skepticism clear in her voice. My aunt shook her head. She wouldn't say exactly, just that it wasn't anywhere Lucas should go. Mrs. Abernathy had given them specific instructions. The herbal pouch had to be kept under Lucas's pillow for 7 nights. Every evening they had to burn a special bundle of dried herbs in his room and say a protection prayer she'd taught them. I remember feeling skeptical too, but also desperate for anything that might help. For the next week our house smelled like a strange mix of sage, rosemary, and something bitter I didn't recognize. The boys' room especially had this thick, pungent odor that made my eyes water whenever I walked past. On the 7th night, I had trouble sleeping again. I kept thinking about that face at the door, wondering if it was still out there, waiting. Around 3 in the morning, I got up to get some water and noticed the guest room door was open. My heart nearly stopped. I rushed over, expecting to find Lucas gone, but both boys were there, sound asleep. Jamie had his arm protectively thrown over his little brother, and Lucas was clutching the herb pouch in his tiny fist, breathing deeply and peacefully. That was the last night of the ritual. The next morning, Mrs. Abernathy came to our house. She was nothing like I expected, not some ancient, mysterious woman, but a normal-looking lady in her 50s with kind eyes and practical clothes. She spoke quietly with my aunt and uncle, examined Lucas, who was completely cooperative, which was unusual for him with strangers, and then did something that still gives me shivers when I think about it. She walked through our entire house, stopping at each doorway and window, touching the frames and muttering words I couldn't understand. When she got to our front door, she stopped for a long time, her hand pressed flat against the wood, her eyes closed. Then she pulled something from her pocket. It looked like salt or white sand, and sprinkled it along the threshold. "It won't come here again," she said simply. "The boy is safe now." It's been almost 2 months since then. Lucas hasn't sleepwalked once. He's back to being the happy, energetic 5-year-old he always was. Their house is finally repaired, and they moved back last week. I've tried to convince myself it was all just a weird coincidence. The sleepwalking, my nightmare, the immediate effectiveness of Mrs. Abernathy's remedies. But late at night, when I'm alone with my thoughts, I know better. Sometimes I still check our front door before going to bed, half expecting to see that horrible face pressed against the glass. And sometimes, just as I'm drifting off to sleep, I swear I can hear a faint voice whispering, "Come here, come here, come here." For those who haven't experienced something like this, it's easy to dismiss. But once you've glimpsed what's hiding beyond the edges of normal reality, you can't unsee it. You know it's there, watching and waiting, and sometimes calling for those who can hear it. Story 9. I've been hesitating to write this down for weeks. Part of me still doesn't want to believe it happened. Another part of me is terrified that by acknowledging it, I might somehow invite it back. But I need to get this out somewhere, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. I live alone in a 2-story house that's pretty old. It's nothing fancy, just affordable for a 22-year-old with an entry-level job. My bedroom is in the basement because it stays cooler down there, and I've always preferred sleeping in cold rooms. The staircase leading upstairs is narrow and steep, one of those older designs where you have to kind of twist your body to navigate it properly. I've banged my shoulders on the walls plenty of times when I was fully awake, so climbing it while half asleep is basically impossible. Some background: I'm in a long-distance relationship with my girlfriend, who lives about 6 hours away. We've been together for almost 2 years, but the distance makes it hard. Our routine is to FaceTime almost every night until we fall asleep. It sounds cheesy, but it helps with the loneliness. We usually start our calls in the afternoon or evening and just keep them running, even after we've both fallen asleep. Our phones eventually die in the middle of the night, and we wake up to dead phones in the morning. It's normal for us. Another thing you should know: I always sleep fully clothed, always, tank top and pajama pants at minimum, usually with a t-shirt too. This isn't negotiable for me due to some trauma in my past that I don't want to get into here. I just need that layer of protection to feel safe enough to sleep. I've never once in my adult life gone to bed without clothes on. Never. So, about 2 weeks ago, my girlfriend and I started our usual FaceTime call around 2:15 in the afternoon. Nothing unusual about the day. We chatted while I cleaned my place, and she worked on some art projects. We ordered separate dinners around 7, watched the same movie together through screen sharing, and eventually got ready for bed around 10:30. I remember feeling really tired that night. I had worked overtime that week and was completely drained. I plugged my phone in next to my bed, propped it up on my nightstand so the camera could still see me, and got into bed wearing my usual sleep clothes, grey sweatpants and a black t-shirt. My girlfriend and I said our goodnights around 11, and I fell asleep almost immediately. The next thing I remember is waking up to sunlight filtering through my basement window. Nothing seemed off at first, just the usual groggy morning feeling. I reached for my phone to check the time, but it wasn't on my nightstand. That's when I noticed I was completely naked. My heart instantly started racing. I sat up and looked around the room, confused and increasingly panicked. My clothes from the night before weren't on the floor beside my bed. They weren't anywhere in the room that I could see. I grabbed the blanket and wrapped it around myself, feeling exposed and vulnerable in a way that made me sick to my stomach. I checked under the bed, thinking maybe I'd kick my clothes off in my sleep somehow, which had never happened before, but there was nothing there. I quickly grabbed fresh clothes from my dresser and put them on, trying to calm myself down. Maybe I'd gotten too hot in the night. But no. I'd been through summers with broken AC and still kept my clothes on while sleeping. I decided to go upstairs to look for my phone. Maybe I'd gotten up to use the bathroom and left it there. As I climbed the difficult staircase, which again is nearly impossible to navigate when you're not fully alert, I felt this creeping dread building inside me. When I reached the kitchen, I froze. There, on the kitchen table, was my phone. It was propped up against a jar of peanut butter, positioned exactly how I set it up when I eat meals at the table. But that wasn't all. There was a plate with crumbs on it, an empty bag of potato chips, and a water bottle that was filled with what looked like Coke instead of water. I never drink soda from water bottles. Never. It's one of my weird quirks. I hate the taste it gets. The worst part, my phone was completely dead. I stared at this scene, trying to make sense of it. Had I come upstairs in the middle of the night, made myself a snack, and then, stripped off all my clothes and left them? Where? I plugged my phone into the kitchen charger, my hands shaking so badly I could barely connect the cable. As soon as it had enough juice to turn on, I called my girlfriend. She answered immediately. "Hey, are you okay?" "I was getting worried," she said. She sounded concerned, which only made me more anxious. I asked her what had happened last night, and her answer made everything so much worse. She told me I'd been sound asleep and snoring lightly around 2:50 in the morning. She remembered checking the time because she was having trouble sleeping herself, but when she woke up around 5, our call had already ended. She figured my phone had died as usual and went back to sleep. I asked her if she'd seen me get up or do anything strange. She said no. The last thing she remembered seeing was me sleeping peacefully in bed, fully clothed, lying on my side facing the phone. After hanging up, I checked the call log. The FaceTime session had lasted 15 hours and 15 minutes, which meant it ended around 3:30 in the morning, about 40 minutes after my girlfriend had last seen me sleeping normally. I searched the entire house for my missing clothes. They weren't in the bathroom, the laundry hamper, or anywhere else I could think to look. It was like they had simply vanished. I finally found them later that day, stuffed behind the couch in the living room, neatly folded. I never fold clothes and leave them behind furniture. Never. I'd been trying to make sense of what happened that night in the 40-minute window between 2:50 and 3:30 in the morning. Somehow, in that short time, I apparently, 1, woke up without my girlfriend noticing, 2, ended our FaceTime call, 3, took off all my clothes, 4, climbed up a difficult staircase, 5, prepared food, including pouring Coke into a water bottle, 6, set up my phone to continue recording me while I ate, 7, ate the food, 8, folded my clothes and hid them behind the couch, 9, went back to bed, naked, 10. And remember none of it. I've never sleepwalked before, not even once. I don't have any history of mental illness that would explain this kind of episode. I don't take any medications that could cause blackouts or memory loss. I hadn't been drinking that night or using any substances. What really scares me is that I've read stories about supernatural entities draining energy to manifest or influence people. My phone battery lasted way longer than it should have that night. Normally on a FaceTime call, even when plugged in, my battery drains quickly because my old phone can't handle video calling for long periods. 2 hours max is what I usually get if I forget to plug it in. But that night, it stayed on for over 4 hours after I fell asleep, despite having already been used all day. And all of this happened during what some people call the witching hour, between 3 and 4 in the morning. I'm not normally superstitious, but this experience has me questioning everything. I've checked my carbon monoxide detector, and it's working fine. I've made sure all my doors and windows were locked. I've even set up a small security camera in my room since then, but nothing unusual has happened. The most disturbing part is that whatever or whoever was controlling me that night moved with enough awareness to navigate that difficult staircase in the dark, prepare food, and even position my phone the exact way I always do. It knew my habits. It moved with purpose. I still sleep with clothes on, but now I also keep a light on. And I've stopped FaceTime sleeping with my girlfriend. I told her I'm having phone issues, but the truth is I'm terrified of what might happen if I allow myself to be that vulnerable again during those early morning hours. I can't explain what happened that night. I can't rationalize it away as sleepwalking or a strange one-time episode. The precision of the actions, the timing, and the complete memory gap leave me with this horrible feeling that, for about 40 minutes, something else was in control of my body. Has anyone else experienced something like this? I need answers, because I can't keep living in fear of going to sleep in my own home. Story 10. I can't explain why this memory won't leave me alone. It's been 20 years since that morning in 2003, but I still see her face sometimes when I close my eyes at night. I'm not normally the type to dwell on things, especially in this line of work. When you've been driving trucks as long as I have, you see a lot of bad stuff on the highways. But this was different. It was a Tuesday morning in late April, somewhere in Arizona. I remember because the desert was just starting to heat up, but the morning still had that coolness that makes the air feel clean. I was hauling a full load of paper products from Phoenix to Albuquerque, toilet paper, paper towels, that kind of stuff. Not glamorous cargo, but it pays the bills. I'd been on the road since about 5 that morning. The sun was up, traffic was light, and I was making good time. Around 8:30, I remember looking at my watch because my breakfast stop was coming up in about 20 miles. That's when I saw the ambulance flying past me in the opposite lane, lights flashing, siren wailing. Nothing unusual there. Emergency vehicles are just part of life on the highway. I remember taking a sip of my coffee, lukewarm by that point, and adjusting the radio. Some morning talk show was on, people laughing about something stupid. I wasn't really listening. Maybe 5 minutes later, I came around this long bend in the highway, and that's when I saw it. At first, it just looked like trash had blown across the road. There were papers everywhere, fluttering in the breeze like giant confetti. But as I got closer, I realized it was a crash scene. A bad one. The debris field stretched for what must have been 200 yards. Shattered glass catching the morning sunlight, twisted metal, personal items scattered everywhere. A purse, what looked like a laptop bag, papers that might have been important documents once, but were now just trash blowing across the desert. And then I saw the vehicle. It was a dark blue minivan, crumpled and twisted like a soda can that someone had stomped on. It was a good 100 feet off the road, maybe more. The weird thing was how the doors were just gone, like someone had peeled the van open like a sardine can. The windshield was completely blown out. I slowed down, putting on my hazards. There were already a couple of other vehicles stopped, a pickup truck, another car, and I could see the first responders had arrived. A fire truck was parked on the shoulder, and the ambulance I'd seen earlier was there too. but there was no urgency to their movements. That's when you know it's bad, when the emergency folks aren't rushing. I don't know why I pulled over. There was clearly nothing I could do to help, but something made me stop anyway. Maybe it was just human curiosity, or maybe some part of me felt like I owed it to whoever was involved to bear witness. I don't know. I set the brake, grabbed my hat, and climbed down from the cab. The heat hit me immediately. Even in the morning, the Arizona sun doesn't mess around. I walked toward the scene, careful not to disturb anything. That's when I saw her. She was lying in the gravel about 20 feet from the van. They had already covered her face with a sheet, but the rest of her was visible. She was wearing business clothes, tan slacks, a blue blouse, a darker blue blazer, and tan heels. One was still on her foot, the other was missing, probably somewhere in the debris field. I stopped walking. Even from where I stood, I could tell she wasn't that old, early 40s maybe. She had her hair done nice, short but styled, brownish blonde. Her nails were painted. She looked like someone who had places to be, someone with a life and responsibilities. The way her body had landed, it was like someone had picked her up and thrown her like a rag doll. Her limbs were at all the wrong angles. It was obvious what had happened. No seatbelt, not even close, and she'd gone straight through the windshield when the van rolled. There were about 5 or 6 people standing near her body. A couple of EMTs, a firefighter, a few civilians who must have stopped like I did. But the weird thing was, no one was talking. They were just standing there in a circle, looking down at her. Not praying, not discussing what to do next, just standing there, silent. It was eerie as hell, like some kind of strange vigil. I've never seen anything that felt so lonely. Here was a woman who had gotten up that morning, showered, put on makeup, done her hair, ironed her clothes maybe. She'd had a whole day planned, meetings to attend, calls to make, people to see, and now she was just lying there in the dirt with strangers staring at her body. One of the state troopers saw me and walked over. "Nothing you can do here, sir," he said, not unkindly but firmly. "What happened?" I asked, though it was pretty obvious. He sighed, pushing his hat back. "Single vehicle rollover. Looks like she was distracted, drifted onto the shoulder, overcorrected and lost control. No skid marks, so she probably didn't even try to brake." I nodded. It's a story every trucker knows. One moment of distraction, and that's all it takes. "You need to move along," the trooper said. "We've got a tow truck coming, and we need to keep the shoulder clear." I nodded again and turned to leave, but something made me look back one more time. A gust of wind had come up, and it lifted the edge of the sheet covering her face. Just for a second, but it was enough. I saw her eyes, open, staring up at nothing. Blue eyes, and for just that split second, they seemed to lock with mine. I know that's impossible. I know she was already gone. But I felt it, that connection, like she was saying, "See me, remember me." I got back in my truck and continued on my route. I had a schedule to keep, deliveries to make. The world doesn't stop turning just because someone dies. But I couldn't shake the image of that woman lying there, of those silent people standing around her, of the debris from her life scattered across the highway. I never found out her name. I never knew if she had kids waiting for her to come home. A husband worried about why she was late, colleagues wondering why she hadn't shown up for a meeting. I never knew what was so important that morning that maybe she looked down at her phone, or reached for something in her purse, or turned to check something in the back seat. But I think about her often when I'm driving and I see someone texting at the wheel, when I pass another crash site, when I'm tempted to take my eyes off the road, just for a second. What haunts me most is the ordinariness of it all. She wasn't driving drunk at midnight. She wasn't racing or doing anything reckless. She was just a normal person on her way to work on a normal Tuesday morning. And then she was gone. Sometimes I wonder if that's why those people were standing there in silence. What do you say in the face of something like that? What words could possibly matter? I've been driving trucks for almost 30 years now. I've seen a lot of crashes, a lot of close calls, but that woman in the tan heels, she's the one I can't forget. Maybe because her death seemed so preventable, so unnecessary, or maybe because in that moment when the wind lifted the sheet and I saw her face, I realized it could have been anyone. It could have been my sister, my friend, my neighbor. It could have been me. A few months after it happened, I was in a truck stop in New Mexico. I overheard a couple of other drivers talking about a bad crash they'd seen on that same stretch of highway. I don't know if it was the same one, but I didn't ask. Somehow it felt wrong to turn her into a story to share over coffee. But I think about her especially when I see people rushing, stressed about being late, willing to take risks just to save a few minutes. I want to tell them about her, about how whatever she was rushing to that day, whatever appointment or meeting or obligation seemed so important, none of it mattered in the end. I keep a photo clipped to my visor now. It's not of her. Like I said, I never knew her. It's just a small picture of the highway stretching out ahead, empty and open. It reminds me to stay focused, to keep my eyes on what matters, because that woman in the tan heels, she never got a second chance. Her day ended right there in the gravel beside that twisted minivan. All her plans and hopes scattered like those papers across the highway. And the most terrifying thing is how ordinary it all was. How quickly a normal day can turn into the last day. How thin the line is between going about your business and becoming a body under a sheet, with strangers standing around you in a circle, saying nothing. I still drive that same stretch of highway sometimes. There's nothing to mark the spot where she died. No cross, no flowers, no memorial, just the desert and the road continuing on as if nothing ever happened there. But I always slow down a little when I pass that bend. And I always think of her. The woman in the tan heels who got up one morning, got dressed and never made it to where she was going. Story 11. I've always considered myself a practical person. Not much scares me, and I'm not one to believe in ghosts or monsters hiding under the bed. But something happened to me on the highways of Tamaulipas last year that I still can't explain, and it haunts me in a way no ghost story ever could. For context, I make the drive from Monterey to the US border several times a year. It's about a 3-hour trip depending on traffic, and I've done it enough times that I know every curve in the road, every gas station worth stopping at, and which areas to avoid. Anyone who travels these highways regularly knows they have their own folklore. Stories about phantom hitchhikers, radios suddenly picking up voices speaking in strange, dead languages, or headlights catching pairs of eyes in the darkness that don't match any animal that should be out there. But like I said, I'm practical. The real dangers on these roads aren't supernatural. They're flesh and blood. Everyone who lives in northern Mexico knows that cartels and corrupt officials can be far more terrifying than any ghost story. It was mid-July, sweltering hot, even with the AC blasting in my truck. I'd left Monterey around 2 in the afternoon, figuring I'd cross the border before sunset. The highway was surprisingly empty that day. I remember thinking it was strange not to see the usual traffic of trucks and buses. About an hour and a half into the drive, just past the turnoff for Miguel Alemán, I spotted what looked like a military checkpoint ahead. This wasn't unusual. The military often sets up random checkpoints to search for drugs or weapons. I slowed down, not particularly concerned. It was annoying, sure, but part of traveling in this region. As I pulled up, I counted 4 men in military fatigues, all carrying assault rifles, standard procedure. One of them held up his hand for me to stop, which I did. He approached slowly, rifle slung across his chest, sunglasses hiding his eyes despite the fact that the sun was starting to dip toward the horizon. "Identification," he said flatly in Spanish. No greeting or explanation. I handed over my license and registration through the window. He looked at them briefly, then handed them back without really examining them. "Step out of the vehicle, please." Again, nothing unusual about this request. I've been asked to exit my vehicle at checkpoints dozens of times. I shut off the engine and stepped out, stretching my legs after the long drive. That's when another soldier began searching my truck. He opened the doors, looked under the seats, checked the glove compartment, all very routine. I stood there mildly annoyed but not nervous. The day was hot, and I just wanted to get back on the road. Then I noticed something odd. Just off to the side of the road, partially hidden by scrubby desert vegetation, I saw movement. At first I thought it might be more soldiers patrolling the perimeter, but as I watched, I realized they were emerging from what looked like a hole in the ground. My heart rate picked up slightly. I squinted against the late afternoon sun and saw that there appeared to be some kind of tunnel entrance. 3 more men in fatigues climbed out, dusting themselves off before joining their companions at the checkpoint. That's when I realized they were coming from underneath the highway. I tried to act normal, like I hadn't noticed anything unusual. The soldier who'd taken my ID was now asking standard questions. Where was I coming from? Where was I going? What was the purpose of my trip? I answered automatically, the way I always did. But my mind was racing. I didn't even know tunnels existed under this stretch of highway. Why would they? And why would military personnel be using them? As I stood there, trying not to stare at the tunnel entrance, I noticed more movement. More men were coming and going from what was clearly an extensive tunnel system. Some carried equipment I couldn't identify. Others spoke into radios, their voices too low for me to hear what they were saying. The soldier questioning me must have noticed my distraction because he cleared his throat loudly. When I looked back at him, I caught something in his expression. A flicker of, what, concern? Suspicion? It was gone so quickly I couldn't be sure. "Is everything okay?" I asked, trying to sound casual. "Yes," he replied, but there was a tightness to his voice that hadn't been there before. "We're just conducting routine inspections." That's when I started to feel genuinely uneasy. These men were acting like soldiers, dressed like soldiers, but something felt off. They weren't in any hurry, yet they didn't seem relaxed either. It was like they were waiting for something or someone. The soldier who'd been searching my truck walked over and whispered something to the one questioning me. They both looked at me, then back at each other. I felt sweat rolling down my back that had nothing to do with the heat. "Your vehicle is clean," the first soldier finally said. "You can go now." I nodded, trying to hide my relief. As I walked back to my truck, I forced myself not to look at the tunnel entrance again. I could feel eyes on my back as I climbed into the driver's seat. Starting the engine, I pulled away slowly, carefully. In my rearview mirror, I watched the checkpoint grow smaller. The soldiers had already turned their attention elsewhere, seemingly forgetting about me the moment I drove away. Once I was around the bend and out of sight, I pressed the accelerator harder than necessary. My hands were shaking slightly on the steering wheel. Something about that encounter had left me deeply disturbed, but I couldn't quite put my finger on why. The rest of the drive to the border was uneventful, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd seen something I wasn't supposed to see. I kept replaying the scene in my mind. The tunnel entrance, the men emerging from underground, the strange tension in the air. When I finally reached the border crossing at Reynosa, I waited in line with the usual mix of tourists and locals. When it was my turn, a U.S. Border Patrol officer checked my passport and asked the usual questions. I answered automatically, my mind still back at that checkpoint. Almost without thinking, I mentioned it to him. "Hey, do you know anything about that military checkpoint back near Miguel Alemán?" I asked casually. The officer looked at me with a puzzled expression. "What checkpoint?" "About 20 miles south of here, military guys, searching vehicles." He frowned. "There's no authorized checkpoint in that area. Not today." A cold feeling settled in my stomach. "Are you sure? I just came through it less than an hour ago." The officer's expression changed slightly, becoming more alert. "Sir, there is no Mexican military checkpoint operating in that area. If you saw one, it wasn't official." I didn't know what to say. My mouth felt dry. "Did you have any trouble there?" he asked, his tone more serious now. "No," I said quickly, too quickly. "No trouble. They just checked my ID and searched my truck. Normal stuff." He looked at me for a long moment, then handed back my passport. "Be careful on those highways," he said. "Not everyone who stops you is who they appear to be." I nodded and drove through, but his words echoed in my head. Not everyone who stops you is who they appear to be. That night in my hotel room, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about those men, about the tunnels underneath the highway. If they weren't military, who were they? Cartel members. But why would cartel members be operating so openly in broad daylight on a major highway? And the tunnels, I'd heard rumors about smuggling tunnels along the border, but this was different. These tunnels seemed extensive, well established, and they were under a highway I'd driven dozens of times, never knowing what might be beneath me. The next morning, I looked up news reports from the area. Searching for any mention of unauthorized checkpoints or tunnel systems, I found nothing. It was like the whole thing had never happened. On my return trip to Monterey a week later, I took a different route. It added almost 2 hours to my journey, but I couldn't face driving past that spot again. I kept thinking about what might have happened if the men had discovered I'd seen the tunnels. Would they have let me go so easily? It's been almost a year and I still take the longer route. I've never told anyone else about what I saw. Until now. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, if the heat and the monotony of the drive had played tricks on my mind. But then I remember the Border Patrol officer's face when I mentioned the checkpoint, the way his expression changed from confusion to concern in an instant. He knew something wasn't right. I've heard all the stories about those highways, the supernatural ones that make for good campfire tales. But now I know the truth. The real horrors on those roads aren't ghosts or monsters or voices on the radio. They're men with guns who might not be who they claim to be, and tunnels hidden beneath the asphalt where God knows what happens. To this day, I don't know who those men were or what they were doing under that road. And honestly, I don't want to know. Some mysteries are better left unsolved, especially when solving them might get you killed. Story 12. Ooh, I've been debating whether to share this for a while now. It's not something my family talks about anymore, and honestly, I'm still not sure what to make of it. But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. We moved into that house when I was 14. It was a beautiful place. Lots of natural light, spacious rooms, a big yard with maple trees. The first time we walked through, I remember thinking how warm and welcoming it felt. My mum fell in love with the wraparound porch, and my dad was excited about the garage space. My younger brother couldn't wait to claim the bedroom with the bay window. For the first few months, everything was perfect. The neighborhood was quiet, we were settling in well, and the house seemed to embrace us. I loved coming home after school. It just had this good energy that's hard to explain, like it was happy to have us there. I guess that's why what happened later confused me so much. It started gradually, maybe 6 months after we moved in. Nothing dramatic, just small things that were easy to brush off. The house was around 70 years old, so when we'd hear occasional creaks or groans, we'd joke about the house settling. Normal stuff for an older wooden structure. One night during my sophomore year, I woke up around 3 in the morning to get water. As I walked back to my room, I distinctly heard footsteps upstairs in the attic. They weren't loud or threatening, just the unmistakable sound of someone walking slowly across the floor. The strange thing was how deliberate they sounded. Not random creaks, but rhythmic steps. I froze in the hallway listening. After about 20 seconds, they stopped. I told myself it was just the house making noise, maybe from temperature changes at night, and went back to bed. But I remember lying awake for a long time, straining to hear if they'd start again. The next morning, I almost mentioned it to my mum, but she seemed tired and stressed about work, so I let it go. Eventually, I convinced myself it was nothing worth mentioning. Over the next 2 years, I occasionally heard similar sounds, footsteps when no one was there, or the feeling that someone had just walked past a doorway when I was home alone, but it never felt threatening, just odd. I'd grown up in a very practical Christian household where we didn't discuss things like ghosts or hauntings. My parents emphasized faith and the idea that with God's protection, we had nothing to fear from supernatural things. So I just didn't have the vocabulary or framework to process these experiences. What's weird is that I still loved the house. It still felt bright and welcoming to me, despite these occasional strange moments. I never felt scared there, just sometimes confused. The revelation came during my brother's high school graduation party. We had about 30 people over, relatives, neighbors, friends from church. It was a sunny May afternoon, and everyone was scattered between the backyard and the main floor. I was helping my aunt carry a tray of desserts to the dining room when I overheard my uncle talking to my mum in the kitchen. "This is the first time I've been upstairs in your house, Sarah," he said. "It's lovely, but I still get that same feeling." My mum lowered her voice, but I could still hear her. "I know, we don't talk about it much, but it's been happening the whole time." I slowed down, pretending to rearrange cookies on the tray, straining to hear more. "Mark says he hears it too," my mum continued, referring to my dad. "But you know how he is, doesn't want to acknowledge it. Says it's just an old house." My uncle shook his head. "Sarah, you know I'm not one for this kind of talk, but there's something not right here. I felt it the first time we visited after you moved in." I was floored. My mom and uncle were some of the most level-headed people I knew. They weren't the type to indulge in ghost stories or supernatural speculation. They were Sunday school teachers who believed in practical faith and rational explanations. Later that evening, after most guests had left, I found myself in the living room with my mom, my older brother who was home from college, my aunt and 2 cousins. Someone had mentioned something about the creaky stairs, and suddenly the conversation shifted. "I've never told you this," my mom said, looking at me, "but I've never been completely comfortable in this house. It's beautiful and I'm grateful for it, but—" She hesitated. "There have been too many times when I'm alone here and I hear someone walking around upstairs." My brother nodded. "I thought I was going crazy. When I was home for Christmas break last year, I kept hearing footsteps in the hallway at night. I'd get up to check, thinking it was Dad, but there was never anyone there." One by one, they all shared similar stories. My aunt admitted she always felt like someone was watching her when she stayed in the guest room. My cousin said she'd refused to sleep over after experiencing the sensation of someone sitting on the edge of her bed when she was alone in the room. I sat there, stunned. For 2 years, my family had been having these experiences, and no one had talked about it. We'd all been quietly dealing with it alone, thinking we were imagining things or being silly. "Have you ever noticed anything?" my mum finally asked me, and I could tell from her expression that she was hoping I'd say no, that at least one of us had been spared. I hesitated. Yeah, sometimes. I hear walking when no one's there, but I always thought it was just the house." My mum exchanged glances with my aunt. We all did at first. Then she told me something that made my skin crawl. The previous owners, an elderly couple who had moved to a retirement community, had left behind a strange chair. It wasn't part of our agreement when buying the house, but the husband had been oddly insistent that it stay. "It's a toilet chair," my mom explained. "The kind used for someone bedridden or very elderly. It belonged to the previous owner's grandfather. He asked us to keep it in the spare bedroom upstairs." My mum, not wanting to seem difficult during the closing process, had agreed. But after we moved in, she found the chair unsettling and eventually moved it to the attic. About 2 weeks after she relocated it, the footsteps began. "You think it's connected to the chair?" my cousin asked. My mum shrugged. "I don't know. It sounds ridiculous when I say it out loud, but the timing—" My brother, who had always been the skeptic in the family, surprised me by saying, "Remember that night in February when we had that bad storm? I was studying late, and I heard someone walking back and forth in the attic for almost an hour. It was so clear, like someone pacing, worried about something." The attic, where the chair was now stored, I felt a chill despite the warm evening. Why didn't anyone ever say anything? My dad, who had joined us midway through the conversation, sighed. What would we say? That we think the house is haunted? That doesn't fit with anything we believe. That was the crux of it. My family's faith had always been a source of strength and comfort, but it had also created this weird blind spot. We didn't have language for experiences that didn't fit neatly into our worldview, so instead we'd all separately rationalized and minimized what was happening. After that night, it was like a dam had broken. We started sharing our experiences more openly. My dad admitted that he'd often felt a presence behind him when working in the basement. My mom revealed she sometimes heard humming coming from empty rooms, a low masculine sound that would stop as soon as she tried to locate it. The strangest part was that despite all this, none of us felt threatened. It was unsettling, yes, but not malevolent. It was more like we were sharing the house with someone who wanted their presence acknowledged. My mum decided to move the chair back to the spare bedroom where the previous owner had wanted it. For a few weeks, the footsteps stopped. We started to relax, thinking maybe that was all they had wanted. Then came the night that still makes me question everything I believe about reality. I was home alone while my parents were at a church function and my brother was back at college. I was in my bedroom working on a paper when I heard the distinct sound of the chair in the spare room being dragged across the floor. It was a heavy, wooden thing, and the sound was unmistakable, the scraping of wood on wood. My first thought was that someone had broken in. I grabbed my phone, ready to call 911, and stepped into the hallway. The sound had stopped. The spare room door was closed, as it always was. I stood there, heart pounding, trying to decide what to do. That's when I heard it, clear as day, footsteps coming down the hallway from the spare room toward me. But there was nobody there, just the sound of heavy, deliberate steps on the wooden floor, moving in my direction. I couldn't move. I watched as the footsteps, invisible but audible, came within a few feet of where I stood. Then they stopped. The air around me felt suddenly cold and dense, like walking into an air-conditioned room on a hot day. And then I felt it. A hand on my shoulder. Not a threatening grip, but a gentle pressure, like someone trying to reassure me. I could feel the weight and shape of it, the slight squeeze, but there was nothing to see. After what felt like forever, but was probably only seconds, the pressure disappeared. The footsteps resumed, moving past me and down the stairs. I heard them cross the living room and then nothing. When my parents came home an hour later, I was still sitting at the top of the stairs, unable to process what had happened. I told them everything. My mum went to check the spare room. The chair had indeed been moved, dragged from its place by the window to the center of the room. We never found an explanation. We lived in that house for 3 more years before my parents decided to downsize after I left for college. During that time, the footsteps continued. The chair would occasionally move on its own. Sometimes we'd hear humming or soft talking from empty rooms. But after that night, I never again felt afraid. Whatever, or whoever, was sharing our home wasn't trying to scare us. Maybe they just wanted to be remembered. The strangest part. When my parents sold the house, my mum felt compelled to tell the new owners about the chair and suggest they keep it in the spare bedroom. They looked at her like she was crazy, but they agreed. I sometimes wonder if they hear the footsteps too, and if they've found a way to talk about it. Story 13. I still can't walk through any wooded area at night. Not after what happened that October in Potomac Overlook. It's been years, But every time I see a full moon through bare tree branches, my chest tightens, and I'm instantly transported back to that night. It was late October, probably around 2005 or so. The air had that specific fall chill that cuts right through your clothes. Not quite winter cold, but sharp enough to make your cheeks sting. My older brother Jake had this random idea to go out to Potomac Overlook Regional Park in Arlington. He'd been obsessed with building these makeshift shelters since watching some survival show, and he convinced me and our two childhood friends, Chris and Tyler, to help him build one that night. The moon was ridiculously bright, one of those huge harvest moons that looks like it's right on top of you. We actually didn't even need our flashlights for most of the hike-in. I remember thinking it was cool at first, how the moonlight filtered through the trees, casting these long shadows across the trail. God, I was so naive. We parked at the nature center lot around 10 o'clock. The place was completely deserted. No park rangers, no other cars, nothing. Just us being stupid teenagers thinking we were having an adventure. We grabbed our backpacks with some tools, snacks, and water bottles, then headed down the main trail. Jake had scouted this spot earlier that week, about a quarter-mile past the nature center, off one of the side trails, where there was this small clearing that would be perfect for his project. The walk-in was normal enough. We were joking around, pushing each other, talking about school and girls, typical teenage boy stuff. I remember the leaves crunching under our feet and how the whole forest seemed to glow silver in that moonlight. The temperature was dropping fast, though. I could see my breath forming little clouds that disappeared into the darkness. After about 20 minutes of walking, we veered off the main path and followed Jake through some underbrush until we reached this small clearing. It was maybe 30 feet across, with this dense wall of trees surrounding it on all sides. One direction sloped down toward what I later found out was 4 Mile Run Creek. The clearing itself was relatively flat and open to the sky, with the full moon beaming straight down on us. Jake immediately started directing us on where to gather fallen branches and how to arrange them. We were all into it at first, dragging over fallen logs and breaking off branches. We worked for maybe an hour, getting this pathetic little lean-to structure partially built. It was nowhere near as impressive as Jake had envisioned, but we were having fun. Then everything changed. I was breaking off a branch when I first heard it, this soft, deliberate crunching sound coming from downhill in the direction of the creek, like someone walking very slowly through dry leaves. I stopped and listened harder, but it had stopped too. I shrugged it off and went back to work. A few minutes later, Tyler froze mid-sentence while we were talking and asked, "Did you guys hear that?" We all went quiet. There it was again, distinct footsteps moving through the underbrush down the hill. Not animal footsteps, human footsteps, deliberate and slow. "Probably just some animal," Jake said, but I could tell by his voice he didn't believe that. We tried to go back to work, but now we were all on edge. The footsteps seemed to circle around the bottom of the hill, never coming closer, but never going away either. Then came the whispering. I swear on everything I believe in, we all heard it. This faint, hushed sound, like multiple voices murmuring just below the threshold of understanding. It wasn't the wind. There was barely a breeze that night. The whispers seemed to surround us, coming from all directions at once, but strongest from down the hill. "Guys, I don't like this," Chris said, dropping the stick he was holding. "Let's just go." Jake, trying to be the tough older brother, said we were being babies, but I could see how pale his face had gotten in the moonlight. He was scared too. That's when Tyler pointed downhill and whispered, "There's someone there." About 30 yards down the slope, partially hidden by a cluster of trees, was what looked like a woman. The moonlight made it hard to see details at first, but as my eyes adjusted, I could make out what appeared to be old-fashioned clothes. Like something from a historical reenactment, long robes or a dress that reached the ground. She was completely still, just standing there among the trees, facing our direction. "Hello?" Jake called out, his voice cracking slightly. "Can we help you?" No response, Just this overwhelming silence where even the normal forest sounds, insects, wind in the leaves, seemed to have disappeared. The whispering had stopped too. Everything was just still. Then she moved. Not toward us, but sideways, gliding almost between two trees. The movement was wrong somehow. It was too smooth, like she wasn't actually walking, but floating just above the ground. As she moved, I felt this sudden wave of, I don't even know how to describe it except pure hatred. It wasn't just fear I was feeling. It was like I could physically sense the malice radiating from this figure, like she absolutely despised us for being there. We need to go. Now. I remember saying it so quietly I wasn't sure if the others heard me, but they must have because we all started backing up toward the trail. The woman began climbing the hill toward us, not running, but moving steadily upward, her form becoming more visible with each step. In the moonlight, her face looked pale, unnaturally white, and her clothes weren't just old-fashioned, they were colonial-style robes, like something from the 1700s. Her hair was long and dark, hanging loose around her shoulders. Tyler was the first to turn and run. The rest of us followed instantly, abandoning all our stuff except the backpacks we'd kept nearby. I've never run so fast in my life. Branches whipped at my face, and I kept tripping over roots and rocks. But the adrenaline kept me going. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I was too terrified of what I might see. We sprinted all the way back to the main trail, gasping for breath. When we paused for just a second, Chris suddenly yelped and grabbed his arm. "Something scratched me," he said, pulling up his sleeve. There on his forearm were 3 long, thin scratches, already beading with blood. None of us had touched him, and there weren't any thorny bushes where we'd been standing. The scratches looked like fingernail marks. That was it. We bolted again, not stopping until we reached the parking lot. We piled into Jake's car, and he peeled out of there, tires screeching. We were all hyperventilating, trying to make sense of what we'd just experienced. "Did you see her face?" Tyler kept saying. "Did you see her face?" But none of us wanted to talk about it. The next day, still shaken, I went to the Arlington Library and found this old book on local history. What I read made my blood run cold. The area where we'd been, that specific section of Potomac Overlook, had once been part of the old Donaldson family property back in colonial times. According to local legend, there was a small family cemetery in that area, and it was supposedly haunted by 2 sisters who had lived on the property. They'd been accused of witchcraft by the local townspeople. The book referred to them as the Donaldson Witches. What freaked me out most was that before we even knew this history, when we were running back to the car that night, Tyler had kept saying, "It's the White Witch. It's the White Witch." Like he somehow knew intuitively what we had seen. Chris's scratches took weeks to heal, and they left these faint scars that he still has today. None of us ever went back to Potomac Overlook at night again. Jake and I didn't even speak about it for months afterward. I've tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe it was just some homeless person in the woods, or another hiker playing a prank. But that doesn't explain the overwhelming feeling of hatred we all felt, or those scratches, or the way she moved, and it definitely doesn't explain how Tyler knew to call her the White Witch before we'd even heard the local legend. Sometimes when I'm lying in bed at night, I still hear those whispers just at the edge of my hearing, and I can still picture her climbing that hill toward us, her pale face visible in the moonlight, those colonial robes dragging across the fallen leaves. I live in Colorado now, about as far from Potomac Overlook as I could get, but I know distance doesn't matter. Some things follow you. I've never been able to explain what happened that night. All I know is that 4 people experienced the same thing, and none of us will set foot in those woods after dark again. There are places where the barrier between worlds seems thinner, and I think we stumbled into one of them, and whatever's on the other side recognized us as trespassers. Story 14. I don't usually share this stuff because people either think I'm crazy or making it up for attention, but I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar. It started about 7 years ago when I was 17. My parents had finished our basement and turned half of it into my bedroom. I loved it at first. Privacy, my own TV, video game setup, and it was always nice and cool in the summer. My best friend Matt would come over every weekend, and we'd stay up all night playing games and eating junk food, normal teenage stuff. One weekend, Matt asked if he could bring his cousin who was visiting from out of town. I said sure, why not? His name was Derek, and he seemed normal enough at first. We played games for a few hours, but Derek kept losing and eventually got bored. That's when things took a weird turn. Derek started talking about all this stuff he'd been researching about the Dead Sea Scrolls. I wasn't religious and didn't know much about it, but I remember him going on and on about this entity called Belial. He described it as an angel of hostility and said it was a leader of something called the Sons of Darkness. Matt and I just nodded along, thinking it was just Derek being weird, trying to seem intellectual or whatever. Nothing happened that night. Derek never came back to hang out, and I honestly forgot about the whole thing until about a week later. I started feeling different in my room, like I wasn't alone anymore. At first, it was just this vague uneasiness, like when you think someone's watching you. I'd be playing a game and suddenly get the urge to turn around and check behind me. I'd be half asleep and jerk awake for no reason. I told myself it was just my imagination running wild after Derek's weird stories. But then it got worse, especially with the laundry room. The laundry room was at the far end of the basement, past my bedroom area. It had always been a bit creepy. Concrete floor, old washer and dryer, poor lighting, and a small window near the ceiling that looked out at ground level. I started feeling this presence there. It's hard to explain if you haven't felt it yourself, but it was like something was always lurking just out of sight at the far end of that room, and whatever it was, it didn't like me. I could feel hatred coming from that corner, not just negativity, actual hatred. I started keeping the door closed all the time, but the weird thing was, I'd come downstairs and find it open. At first, I thought maybe my mum had done laundry and forgotten to close it, but then it started happening when nobody else had been home. The nights were the worst. I'd lie in bed feeling like something was watching me from the doorway or the corner of my room. I developed this habit of pulling my blanket completely over my head and lying perfectly still, like if I moved or made any noise, whatever was there would know I was awake, and I don't know what, I just knew I didn't want its attention. This is when my sleep paralysis started. I'd never had it before, but suddenly it was happening a few times a week. I'd wake up unable to move, with this overwhelming sense of dread. Sometimes my bed would shake, like someone was grabbing the frame and rocking it violently. Other times, I'd have this sensation that I'd just fallen onto my mattress with incredible force, as if I'd been floating above it and was suddenly dropped. During one particularly bad episode, I felt hot breath on my ear. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't even close my eyes. Then a voice, raspy and deep, but somehow also like a whisper, said, "Come with me," right in my ear. When I finally could move again, I ran upstairs and slept on the couch. My parents found me there in the morning, and I made up some excuse about falling asleep watching TV. I didn't tell anyone what was happening. I was scared, but I was also 17 and didn't want to seem like a little kid afraid of the dark. Plus, what would I even say? I think there's a demon in the laundry room. No one would believe me. Things escalated about 3 months in. I was alone in the house one night and went upstairs to use the bathroom. I was only gone for maybe 5 minutes. When I came back down to my room, every single light in the basement was on. The overhead lights, my desk lamp, even the laundry room light. I know for a fact they were off when I went upstairs. I absolutely know it. I started getting angry all the time, like irrationally angry. I'd snap at my parents over nothing. I got into a fight at school, which I'd never done before. My grades dropped. I wasn't sleeping. When my mom suggested maybe I was depressed and should see someone, I completely lost it and started screaming at her. I'm not proud of how I acted, but it was like something else was controlling my emotions. There are some experiences from that time that I still can't explain or fully remember, like trying to hold the laundry room door closed while something on the other side pushed against it. It was strong, whatever it was. I remember putting all my weight against that door, feeling it bulge inward, hearing something scratching on the other side. Sometimes I'd hear voices calling me from downstairs when I was upstairs. Some sounded like my parents or Matt, but others were voices I didn't recognize. One night I actually answered, thinking it was my dad calling me. When I went downstairs, the house was empty. My parents had left a note saying they'd be back around 11. The most terrifying incident happened one afternoon when I came home from school. I went down to my room and was taking off my backpack when I saw movement from the laundry room. The door was open, just a crack, and as I watched, it slowly swung open wider. Then this shadow, I guess. But it was darker than a shadow should be, and it seemed to have mass somehow. It rushed at me from the doorway. I don't remember what happened next. I just remember being upstairs in the kitchen, breathing hard, with no memory of how I got there. After that, I refused to sleep in my room. I told my parents there were mice in the basement and slept on the couch for 2 weeks. They set traps but never caught anything. I still had to go down there sometimes, like to grab clothes or my school stuff. I developed a routine where I'd turn on all the lights from the top of the stairs, run down as fast as I could, grab what I needed, and run back up. I stopped playing video games because I couldn't stand to be down there alone. One time, though, I was feeling a bit braver or stupider and decided to play for a while. I was sitting on my beanbag chair with my back to the room, focused on the game, when I heard the laundry room door creak. I didn't turn around. I felt something move across the room toward me. I swear I could feel it right behind me, like millimeters from the back of my neck. I dropped the controller and ran upstairs so fast I pulled a muscle in my leg. This went on for nearly 6 months. I was a wreck, not sleeping, angry all the time, failing classes. Finally, my mom noticed something was seriously wrong. She had this friend, Diane, who was into alternative spirituality stuff. My mom never really talked about it much, but Diane practiced some kind of witchcraft or something. Looking back, I'm surprised my pretty conservative mom was friends with her, but they'd known each other since college. Mom must have been desperate because she asked Diane to come over and check out the house. Diane walked around for a while, then spent a long time in the basement. When she came back up, she looked serious and asked my parents if she could cleanse the space. My dad thought it was ridiculous, but was willing to try anything at that point. Diane came back the next day with bundles of sage and some other herbs. She went through the whole house, but spent the most time in the basement, especially the laundry room. She was burning the sage and saying things under her breath. I remember the smell filling the house, strong and earthy. My dad kept complaining about the smoke detector going off, but my mom made him disconnect it temporarily. I don't know if it was the sage or Diane or just the power of suggestion, but after that day the feeling changed. The presence was gone. Not immediately. It took maybe a week before I felt comfortable going down there again, and another week before I could sleep there. But whatever had been there was gone. I moved back into my room and things went back to normal. I never told my parents exactly what had happened, and they never asked. I think they were just relieved I wasn't acting crazy anymore. Years passed. I went to college, got a job, moved to my own apartment. I almost forgot about the whole experience, almost convinced myself it was just teenage anxiety or an overactive imagination. But recently, in the past few months, I've started having dreams about it. Vivid dreams where I'm back in that basement, feeling that same presence. I wake up from these dreams tossing and turning violently, my girlfriend says. Sometimes I wake up drenched in sweat, convinced something is in our apartment. Last week, I dreamed I was in the laundry room, and that same voice whispered in my ear, I found you again. I don't know what to make of any of this. I don't know if it was real or all in my head. All I know is that nothing has ever terrified me, like whatever was in that basement, and the thought that it might have somehow followed me makes it hard to fall asleep at night. Story 15. I still think about it all the time. Maybe writing it down will help me process what happened. I'm not even sure if I believe in ghosts or spirits, but what I experienced 2 days after my dad died, I can't explain it. I've tried. It was December 8th, 2019, Sunday. Dad had passed away suddenly on Friday, and I was still in that hazy state of grief where nothing feels real, the kind where you wake up and for a split second everything is normal. Then the memory crashes back into you like a wave. That morning started that way. I woke up around 6 a.m., feeling oddly alert despite barely sleeping the past 2 nights. The house was quiet, too quiet. Mom and my sister were still asleep. We were all exhausted from the phone calls, the arrangements, the crying. I was lying there in bed staring at the ceiling when I first heard it, a clicking sound coming from across the hall. At first, I thought maybe Mom or my sister had gotten up, but this wasn't footsteps or movement. It was mechanical, rhythmic, click, 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 click. I sat up, listening more carefully. It was definitely coming from our small home office across from my bedroom. The clicking had a familiar quality to it that I couldn't quite place. Click, 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 click. My heart started beating faster as I slipped out of bed. Not from fear, not yet anyway, but from the strange, almost urgent quality of the sound. It felt purposeful, like someone trying to get my attention. I pushed my bedroom door open and saw the light from the office spilling into the dark hallway, which was weird because I was certain all the lights had been turned off before we went to bed. The clicking got faster as I approached. Click, 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 click. When I reached the doorway, I froze. Our old HP LaserJet printer, the one Dad had bought years ago before the divorce, was turning itself on and off. The power button was blinking rapidly, glowing blue, then dark, then blue again. Click, click, click. It was the exact same sound as when someone presses the power button, but nobody was pressing it. I just stood there watching it, my arms covered in goosebumps despite the heat being on. The printer had been sitting dormant on that desk for months. We barely used it anymore. Everything was digital now. Dad was the only one who insisted on printing things out. Tax forms, receipts, articles he found interesting. "I need the paper in my hands," he'd always say. And now, 2 days after his death, here it was, turning itself on and off like someone was repeatedly pressing the button. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small in the room. The clicking paused for maybe 2 seconds, then resumed even faster. Click, 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 click. That's when I noticed the small desk lamp, the one with the adjustable brightness, was also behaving strangely. It was pulsing, going from dim to bright in an uneven pattern, not in sync with the printer, but somehow responding to it, like they were communicating. My skin felt cold and prickly. I'm not an easily frightened person, but this was different. It felt intentional. I approached the printer carefully, like it might suddenly do something more than just click. When I reached out to press the power button myself, trying to override whatever electrical glitch was happening, the clicking stopped for a moment. Then it started again, even more insistent. "Dad?" I whispered, feeling silly and terrified at the same time. The word just slipped out. The printer went silent. The lamp froze at its brightest setting. Then the printer exploded into a frenzy of clicking, so fast that the individual sounds merged into one continuous noise, and the power button was blinking so rapidly it looked almost solid. I backed away, bumping into the door frame. The lamp began to pulse erratically, bright, dim, super bright, nearly off, then blindingly bright again. The overhead light in the office joined in, flickering wildly. "Mom!" I called out, but my voice sounded muffled against the mechanical clicking and the buzzing of the lights. That's when I remembered. The printer had been Dad's. He'd bought it when I was in middle school about 12 years ago. When he moved out after the divorce 3 years ago, he'd left it behind because he'd gotten a newer one for his apartment. "Dad, is that you?" I whispered, feeling both ridiculous and desperate. The clicking slowed momentarily, becoming deliberate again. Click, click, click. 3 distinct sounds. I didn't realize I was crying until I felt the tears on my cheeks. "Dad, I miss you," I said. The lamp dimmed completely, then gradually brightened to its fullest intensity, staying there. The printer stopped clicking. For about 10 seconds, everything was calm, the lamp shining steadily, the printer quiet with its power button glowing a consistent blue. It felt peaceful, like a presence was in the room with me. Then everything went black, not just the lamp and the printer, everything. The house plunged into darkness. Through the office window, I could see that the entire street was dark too. A complete power outage. I stood there in the pitch blackness, my heart pounding in my ears. The silence was as overwhelming as the clicking had been. I couldn't move. I was afraid to move. "Dad," I whispered again into the darkness. No response, just silence. I don't know how long I stood there, probably only a minute or two, but it felt much longer. Then I heard my mum's voice from down the hall. "Hello? What's going on?" She was fumbling her way toward me, a small light from her phone illuminating her confused face. "The power's out," I said, stating the obvious. "I know that, but what were you doing in here? I heard noises." I hesitated. How could I explain what had just happened without sounding completely unhinged by grief? The printer was acting weird before the outage. Mum came into the office, sweeping her phone light around. Weird how? It kept turning on and off by itself, and the lamp was changing brightness. She looked at me for a long moment, her face half in shadow. Maybe it was a power surge before the blackout. "Maybe," I said, but we both knew our neighborhood rarely had power issues. In the 10 years we'd lived there, I could count the outages on one hand. My sister joined us, also guided by her phone light. "What's going on?" "Power outage," Mom and I said in unison. We all stood there in the darkness of the office, the silence heavy between us. I wanted to tell them what I thought had happened, that Dad had somehow reached out from wherever he was, that he'd used the printer he loved to say goodbye. But I couldn't form the words. The power came back on about 20 minutes later. We were sitting in the living room with candles lit when suddenly everything hummed back to life. The refrigerator, the heating system, the digital clocks blinking midnight. I immediately went back to the office. The printer sat silent, normal. I pressed the power button and it turned on with its usual startup noises. Nothing unusual. The lamp worked normally too. No fluctuations in brightness, no matter how many times I adjusted it. Mom came in behind me. "Everything working now?" "Yeah," I said, "everything's normal." She put her hand on my shoulder. "You know, your dad loved that printer, always printing things, wasting ink." She smiled sadly. The day before Friday, he called and asked if we still had it. Said he wanted to print some photos, but his new printer wasn't working right. I stared at her. "He called about the printer?" She nodded. "Said something about wanting to print photos of you and your sister." A chill went through me that had nothing to do with the December cold. I didn't tell her about my experience then. I wasn't ready. Later that day, I tried to find a logical explanation. I Googled printer turning on by itself and electrical disturbances before power outages. I found plenty of technical explanations for malfunctioning printers, but nothing that matched the deliberate, almost communicative pattern I'd witnessed. That was over 3 years ago now. The printer has never acted strange again. It sits in the office, working perfectly normally when we need it, which is rare. The power in our neighborhood has been stable. The lamp has never fluctuated in brightness. But sometimes, when I'm alone in the house, I go into the office and sit by the printer. I put my hand on it and think about Dad. about how he'd been living apart from us those last few years after the divorce, how there were things left unsaid between us. I've never told anyone about this except my sister, who admitted she wasn't surprised. The night after Dad died, she said she dreamed he was trying to use a computer to send her a message, but couldn't figure out how. I still don't know if I believe in ghosts. I don't know if what happened was Dad's spirit saying goodbye, or just a strange electrical phenomenon that coincided with our grief. But whenever I think about those clicking sounds, that deliberate, insistent pattern, shivers run down my spine. I'd like to think it was him, that he found a way to reach out one last time through something he loved, something familiar, a way to say goodbye when he didn't get the chance in life. Sometimes I turn the printer on just to hear it click and whir, just in case he's listening. Story 16. I've never told many people about this. It happened when I was 15, back in the early 50s. The memory still makes my skin crawl even after all these years. I can close my eyes right now and be transported back to that night, feeling the same fear creep up my spine. It was a Wednesday in October, unusually cold for that time of year. I remember because I hadn't brought my heavy coat to choir practice, thinking it wouldn't be that chilly when we finished at 7:30, but practice ran long that night. Our choir director, Mr. Hayes, was a perfectionist who made us repeat sections until we got them right. Again from the third measure, he'd say, and we'd all groan quietly. By the time we finished, it was already past 9 o'clock. The moment I realized the time, my stomach dropped. My father had strict rules about being home by 8 on school nights, no exceptions. He wasn't a cruel man, but he believed in discipline, and breaking curfew meant being grounded for a week at minimum. The thought of missing the upcoming football game with my friends was enough to make me consider any alternative to showing up an hour late. That's when I remembered the shortcut through Old St. Mary's Cemetery. During daylight, kids would sometimes cut through it to save about 15 minutes on the walk home. But at night, nobody did that. There were no lights in there, and honestly, we were all a little superstitious. I stood at the church steps, debating. Take the long way around and definitely be punished, or cut through the cemetery and maybe make it home before my father checked his watch again. It wasn't really a choice. I pulled my thin jacket tighter around me and headed toward the cemetery gate. The iron gate creaked as I pushed it open, just enough to slip through. The sound seemed to echo in the stillness of the night. Inside, the cemetery was bathed in dim moonlight that cast long, strange shadows across the headstones. The temperature seemed to drop another 10 degrees once I was past that gate. I remember watching my breath form little clouds as I exhaled. The main path was a strip of gravel that cut diagonally through the grounds, bordered on the far side by an old sandstone wall that separated the cemetery from the adjacent property. If I followed it straight through, I'd come out just 2 blocks from my house. I started walking quickly, focusing on the crunch of gravel under my shoes. About halfway through, I got this weird feeling. You know that sensation when you think someone's watching you? It was like that, but stronger. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I told myself it was just nerves, that I was scaring myself because I was in a cemetery at night. But the feeling persisted. I looked back over my shoulder. Nothing. Just rows of headstones disappearing into the darkness. I picked up my pace anyway, the gravel crunching louder under my feet. A minute later, that feeling came back even stronger. This time it wasn't just a vague sensation. It felt like someone was right behind me. I whipped around again, my heart hammering in my chest. Again, nothing. Just the empty path stretching back toward the church, which was now only a dim outline in the distance. Get a grip, I muttered to myself, embarrassed by my own fear. I turned and continued walking, faster now. The third time I felt it, I didn't immediately turn around. Instead, I slowed down slightly and listened. The only sound was the crunch of my own footsteps on the gravel, but the feeling was overwhelming. Someone was there. I could feel their presence as surely as I could feel the cold air on my face. When I finally did turn around, I saw him. About 20 feet behind me stood a man. In the moonlight, I could make out his silhouette clearly. He wore an old-fashioned top hat and what looked like a formal suit with tails, like something from an old photograph. He carried a cane in one hand, though he wasn't leaning on it. He stood perfectly still, watching me. My first thought, strangely enough, wasn't fear, but confusion. Who would be dressed like that in a cemetery at night? I wondered if maybe he was a caretaker or groundskeeper, though his clothes seemed far too formal. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding thin in the night air. The man didn't respond. He just stood there, motionless. Then very deliberately he took a step forward. That's when I noticed the most unsettling thing. His footstep made no sound, no crunch of gravel, no shifting of stones. Nothing. Complete silence. My heart began to race. I took a step backward, still facing him. He took another step forward. Again, no sound. I turned and walked faster, fighting the urge to run. Running seemed like it would somehow make things worse, like it would acknowledge the wrongness of what was happening. After a few seconds, I glanced back again. He was still following, maintaining that same distance, walking steadily, silently. His face was still shadowed by the top hat, but I could feel his eyes on me. I couldn't understand how he was walking on that gravel path without making a sound. Every step I took produced a distinct crunch, but his, nothing. It was as if he wasn't actually touching the ground. My pace quickened until I was almost jogging. The sandstone wall was to my right now, looming about 8 feet tall. It had been built in the 1800s when the cemetery was first established, and there were no breaks or gates in this section. When I looked back again, the man had closed some of the distance between us. He was maybe 15 feet away now, still walking with that same measured pace. In the moonlight, I could see more details. His suit was dark, possibly black, and looked well-tailored but outdated. The top hat sat perfectly straight on his head. The cane gleamed slightly, something metallic catching the moonlight. I stopped abruptly, thinking maybe if I confronted him, he'd reveal himself as someone normal. Maybe just an eccentric old man taking a night stroll. "What do you want?" I called out, trying to sound braver than I felt. He stopped too, about 10 feet away from me now. For a long moment, we just stood there facing each other. Then, slowly, he tilted his head up. The moonlight fell across his face, and I could see him clearly for the first time. His skin was pale, almost grey in the dim light. He had a thin mustache and hollow cheeks. But it was his eyes that made my blood run cold. They reflected the moonlight in a way that human eyes shouldn't, like a cat's eyes, but worse, empty and shining. He stared at me for what felt like an eternity. Then, without breaking eye contact, he turned sideways to face the sandstone wall. His movements were fluid, but somehow wrong, too smooth to be natural. What happened next is something I've replayed in my mind countless times over the years, questioning if I really saw what I think I saw. The man, still looking at me, took a step directly toward the wall, and then another, and then, I swear this is true, he walked straight through it. Not like he was passing through an opening or a hidden door. He walked through the solid stone as if it wasn't there, disappearing completely on the other side. For a few seconds, I couldn't move. I just stood there, staring at the spot where he'd vanished. There was no trick to it, no explanation. The wall was solid sandstone, no breaks or gaps, at least 8 feet tall and 2 feet thick, and he had passed through it like it was nothing more than fog. The rational part of my brain shut down. All I could think was that I needed to get home, now. I turned and ran as fast as I could, the gravel flying beneath my feet. I didn't look back again. I didn't slow down until I reached my street, and even then, I only slowed to catch my breath before sprinting the final distance to my house. I burst through the front door, gasping for air. My father was sitting in his armchair, newspaper lowered, glaring at me over his reading glasses. "You're late," he said sternly. I nodded, unable to speak. I was shaking, partly from running, partly from fear. In that moment, facing my father's anger seemed inconsequential compared to what I'd just experienced. I wanted to tell him what I'd seen, but I knew he wouldn't believe me. He'd think I was making up a story to excuse my tardiness. "Choir practice ran late," I managed to say between breaths. I took the shortcut through the cemetery to try to make it back faster. Something in my appearance must have concerned him, because his expression softened slightly. "You don't look well," he said. "Go wash up and get to bed. We'll discuss your punishment in the morning." I nodded and headed upstairs, relieved to escape further questioning. In my room, I sat on my bed for a long time, staring out the window at the night sky, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. Had it been a trick of the light? A hallucination brought on by fear and exhaustion? Or had I actually seen a man walk through a solid wall? I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that pale face, those unnatural eyes staring at me. I kept hearing phantom footsteps in the hallway outside my room, silent footsteps that shouldn't have been there. The next morning, my father was unusually lenient about my breaking curfew. He just warned me not to let it happen again. I think he saw something in my face, some lingering fear that told him I'd already been punished enough. I never took the cemetery shortcut again, day or night. Sometimes on my way home from school, I'd walk past the front gate and stare in, wondering if the man in the top hat was still in there, silently walking those gravel paths. A few times, I thought about going to the library to research the cemetery's history, to see if I could find out who he might have been. But I never did. Part of me didn't want to know. Years later, I happened to drive past that cemetery and noticed they were doing construction, taking down sections of the old sandstone wall. I pulled over and watched for a while. The workers were having a hard time with it. Apparently, the wall was much more solid than they'd expected. "Built to last," one of them commented to me with a shake of his head. "They don't make 'em like this anymore. Solid stone all the way through." I nodded and left quickly, a chill running through me despite the warm summer day. To this day, I can't explain what I saw that night. I've never told many people about it because it sounds crazy, even to me. But I know what I saw. A man in 19th century clothing, walking silently on gravel, who vanished through solid stone. Sometimes I still dream about it. In the dreams, I'm walking that path again, hearing my own footsteps crunching on the gravel, and behind me, following at a steady pace, are footsteps that make no sound at all. Story 17. I still can't believe what happened to me last year. I've been trying to make sense of it ever since, but I can't. I've always loved the outdoors and spent most of my weekends hiking and camping. Usually I'd go with friends, but this time everyone was busy, so I decided to head out on my own. Big mistake. I'd planned this trip for weeks, a remote spot in the national forest that required a good 15 to 20 miles of hiking to reach. It was supposed to be pristine, peaceful, away from tourist spots and those crowded campgrounds where you can hear your neighbors arguing through paper-thin tent walls. I wanted real wilderness, you know. I packed light, but brought everything essential. My one-person tent, sleeping bag, water filter, enough food for 3 days, and my rifle. I always bring my rifle when I'm camping alone. Not that I've ever needed it for protection, but it's just one of those things my dad taught me. Better to have it and not need it, he always said. The hike in was beautiful, late spring weather, birds everywhere, wildflowers just starting to bloom. It took me most of the day to reach my destination, but it was worth it. I found this perfect clearing surrounded by dense forest with a small stream about 50 yards away. The ground was level, no rocks to dig into my back while sleeping. Perfect spot. I set up camp, gathered some firewood, and started preparing my dinner as the sun began to set. Nothing fancy, just some freeze-dried pasta I was rehydrating over my small camp stove. That's when I first heard it. It sounded like something walking through the underbrush about 100 yards away. The footsteps were uneven, like an animal with a limp. Step drag, step drag. I figured it was probably a deer that had been injured, maybe by a predator that didn't finish the job. I felt bad for it but wasn't concerned. Injured animals typically avoid humans. The sound faded away and I finished my dinner as darkness settled over the forest. The stars were incredible out there, away from city lights. I sat by my small fire for a while, just taking it all in, that feeling of being completely alone in nature. I should have enjoyed it more, knowing what was coming. Around 10 o'clock, I decided to turn in. I extinguished my fire properly, brushed my teeth at the stream, and crawled into my tent. I was exhausted from the hike and fell asleep almost immediately. I woke up some time later. No idea what time it was, but the forest was pitch black. That sound had returned. The step drag, step drag. Only now it was closer, much closer. It sounded like it was moving across the clearing, directly toward my tent. I lay perfectly still, listening. The sound moved slowly, but deliberately. Step drag, step drag. Then it stopped, right in the middle of the clearing, maybe 15 feet from my tent. The silence that followed was worse than the sound. I waited, barely breathing, for what felt like forever. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed my flashlight and rifle and unzipped the tent. The zipper seemed impossibly loud in the silence. I shone my light across the clearing. Nothing, absolutely nothing was there. No deer, no animal of any kind, just empty space. I scanned the tree line, the ground, everywhere. Nothing had disturbed the clearing. No footprints, no broken branches, nothing to explain what I'd heard. I told myself it must have been the wind, or maybe a branch falling somewhere, my imagination getting the better of me. I crawled back into my tent, but kept my rifle close. I was just starting to doze off again when I heard it. Laughter. Men's laughter off in the distance. It wasn't the kind of laughter you'd hear around a campfire sharing stories. This was different, almost mocking, like they were laughing at a joke I wasn't in on. I sat up, fully alert now. The laughter faded, then started again, this time from a different direction. Then I heard women's laughter joining in from yet another direction. Then children's voices, giggling, calling out words I couldn't quite make out. The sounds were coming from all around me now, from different points in the forest, all converging on my position. And then, as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. The forest went completely silent. Not just the laughter, everything. No insects chirping, no leaves rustling, no night birds calling, nothing. It was like someone had hit the mute button on the entire forest. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The silence was oppressive, unnatural. I grabbed my rifle and crawled to the tent entrance. I was terrified, but also angry. If someone was messing with me, I wanted them to know I was armed. I fired a warning shot into the air. The sound was deafening in the silence, echoing through the trees. Then nothing. The silence returned, but somehow it felt different, like whatever had been out there was reconsidering. I don't know how long I sat there, rifle in hand, listening to nothing. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I must have fallen asleep sitting up. I woke with a jolt. My watch said it was just after 3 in the morning. Something had woken me. I listened intently, and then heard it, whispering. 2 voices right outside my tent, so close I could almost feel their breath through the fabric. They were speaking too quietly for me to make out words, but the tones sounded urgent, conspiratorial. "Who's there?" I shouted, my voice cracking with fear. The whispering stopped immediately. For a few seconds, there was nothing. Then, without warning, a huge burst of flame erupted from the middle of the clearing. Exactly where the step drag sound had stopped earlier. It wasn't like a campfire or even a bonfire. It was more like someone had doused the ground with gasoline and lit it. The flame shot up at least 15 feet, illuminating the entire clearing with harsh orange light. And in that light I saw them, silhouettes of people standing in a loose circle around the clearing. I couldn't make out faces or details. They were just dark outlines against the trees, some tall, some short, completely motionless, all facing inward toward my tent. I don't remember making the conscious decision to fire my rifle. I just did it, aiming over their heads. The sound jolted me into action. I grabbed my boots, my flashlight, and my rifle. I didn't bother with anything else. I just ran. I ran blindly at first, crashing through the underbrush, away from the clearing and those silhouettes. After a few minutes, I realized I was heading away from the trail. I forced myself to stop, to breathe, to think. Panic would get me lost, maybe killed. I oriented myself using the North Star and headed back toward the trail. The rest of the night was a blur of hiking by flashlight, jumping at every sound, constantly looking over my shoulder. I hiked non-stop until sunrise, moving as fast as I could on the uneven trail. My feet were blistered and bleeding in my hastily donned boots. I didn't care, I just wanted to get back to my truck. The strangest part? I never heard anyone following me. Not once. No footsteps, no voices. Nothing breaking through the underbrush behind me, but the entire time I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, eyes on my back, tracking my every move. I reached my truck around noon the next day. I'd hiked nearly 20 miles without stopping, fueled by pure adrenaline and fear. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. I've tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe it was other campers playing a cruel joke. Maybe I was overtired and hallucinating. Maybe there was natural gas in that clearing that caused both the fire and auditory hallucinations. But I know what I saw. Those silhouettes weren't natural. The way they stood so perfectly still, the way they were positioned, it wasn't right. I left all my gear out there, my tent, sleeping bag, everything. It cost me hundreds of dollars, but there was no way I was going back. Not for anything. I used to live for solo camping trips, the solitude, the connection with nature, the self-reliance. I loved all of it. Now I can't even sleep with the windows open at night. The thought of being alone in the woods makes my chest tighten and my hands shake. Sometimes I still hear it in my dreams. Step drag, and laughter, always just too far away to understand what's so funny. I don't know who those people were or what they wanted. Maybe they weren't people at all. All I know is that something was out there in those woods, something that shouldn't have been. And sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I can't shake the feeling that I didn't really escape, that whatever was out there let me go, and it's just waiting for me to come back. Story 18. It started around 3 in the morning. I remember checking my phone right before falling asleep around midnight. Nothing unusual about the evening. I had dinner, watched some Netflix, scrolled through social media for too long like I always do, then went to bed. My apartment is pretty basic. Bedroom, bathroom, small living room and kitchen. Nothing special, nothing strange. I've lived there for 2 years without a single weird thing happening, until last night. I suddenly became aware that I was awake, but something felt off, really off. The first thing I noticed was the angle. I was looking down at my bed from above, like a few feet above. At first I thought I was dreaming, you know, one of those weird dreams where you're watching yourself sleep. Except I wasn't dreaming. I could feel myself floating, suspended in the air above my own bed. The room was dark, except for the blue glow from my phone charger and the dim light filtering through my blinds from the street lamp outside. It took a few seconds for my eyes to adjust, and that's when I saw it. Me, my own body lying in bed, sleeping peacefully under the covers, my chest rising and falling with each breath. My face relaxed, completely unaware of what was happening. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. I was outside of my own body, floating above myself. I tried to scream, but nothing came out. I tried to move, but I was just suspended there, helpless, watching, and absolutely fucking terrified. That's when the knocking started. It came from my closet directly across from the foot of my bed. At first it was just a light tap, so faint I almost didn't hear it. Tap, then silence for about a minute, then another tap. I stared at the closet door, this feeling of dread growing inside me. Something was in there, something wanted out. The knocking continued, gradually getting louder and more frequent. Tap, tap, tap. The gaps between knocks shortened until it became a steady rhythm. Tap, tap, tap. And then it got more violent, no longer just tapping, but pounding. Bang, bang, bang. It sounded like someone was trying to break the door down from inside. The whole door shook with each impact. It was so loud I couldn't understand how my physical body was still sleeping through it. But there I was, still lying in bed, completely undisturbed, while this thunderous pounding filled the room. I wanted to wake up. I wanted to scream at myself to get up and run, but I couldn't do anything except float there and watch in horror as the banging grew more and more violent. The door was starting to splinter at the edges. Whatever was in there was going to get out any second. And then, suddenly, it stopped. The silence that followed was almost worse than the knocking. For a brief moment I felt relief. Maybe it was over. Maybe I would wake up now, and this would all be some fucked up nightmare. But then I heard it. The squeak of the doorknob turning. Slow, deliberate, the metal making this high-pitched sound that sent chills through whatever form I was existing in. I watched, unable to look away, as the knob rotated fully and the door began to push open. The hinges squeaked almost as loudly as the handle had, this long, drawn-out sound that seemed to last forever as the door inched open, revealing nothing but darkness at first. And then something moved in that darkness. Something was crouching there, just inside the closet. It began to emerge, and I swear to God, I've never seen anything so horrifying in my life. It had these impossibly long, gnarled arms that didn't seem to bend at normal angles. Its skin was a sickly pale color, stretched so tight over jagged bones that it looked like it might tear at any moment. Its joints were all wrong, twisted and bent in ways that human joints simply can't move. Its hands were the worst part, skeletal fingers way too long, ending in these yellowed nails that curved like claws. And its face, Jesus Christ, its face. It was thin and incredibly long, with this tapered chin that came to an almost sharp point. Its mouth was wide, too wide, and had no lips, just stretched skin revealing black, rotting teeth. And its eyes, completely black and set unusually far apart on its face, giving it this inhuman, insect-like appearance. The thing uncurled itself from the closet, its movements jerky and unnatural, like someone had broken all its bones and put them back together wrong. It lumbered toward my bed, toward my sleeping body, moving in this awkward sideways shuffle. I tried desperately to move, to wake myself up, to do anything, but I remained suspended, forced to watch whatever was about to happen. When it reached the side of my bed, it just stood there for a moment, staring down at me with those horrible black eyes. Then it extended one of those impossibly thin arms, reaching toward my chest. I saw its long, rotting nails hover just above my sternum. Then, without warning, it dug those nails into my chest. I felt it. Even though I was floating above, I felt those nails pierce through skin and muscle. The pain was excruciating, like nothing I've ever experienced. I wanted to scream, but couldn't make a sound as I watched this thing literally rip open my torso. It tore through my skin, pulling apart my rib cage to reveal my insides. I could see my own intestines writhing inside my open body cavity. They were moving, pulsating like they were alive and trying to escape. The creature bent down and shoved its face into the opening it had created. When it lifted its head again, it had a length of small intestine hanging from its rotten teeth, glistening wet in the dim light. That's when I jerked awake. I sat bolt upright in bed, gasping for air, my entire body drenched in cold sweat. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I immediately clutched at my chest, running my hands over my torso, expecting to find it torn open. But there was nothing. My skin was intact. No blood, no wounds, just me, sitting in my bed, the sheets tangled around my legs from thrashing in my sleep. For a split second, relief washed over me. It had just been a nightmare, a horrifying, vivid nightmare, but still just a bad dream. I reached over to turn on my bedside lamp, needing the comfort of light to chase away the lingering images in my head. And then I heard it, a knock coming from my closet. My blood turned to ice. I froze with my hand still reaching toward the lamp. Another knock, and another. The same pattern from my dream, light tapping, about a minute apart. This wasn't happening. This couldn't be happening. It was just my imagination, right? The nightmare had felt so real that my brain was just playing tricks on me. But then the knocking got louder, more insistent. Just like in my dream, I didn't wait to see what would happen next. Pure instinct took over, and I bolted from my bed, not even bothering to grab my phone or put on shoes. I ran out of my bedroom and slammed the door behind me. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely turn the lock, but I managed to do it. I backed away from the door, my eyes fixed on it, expecting it to burst open any second. I fumbled for my phone on the coffee table and called 911. The operator answered, and I tried to explain what was happening, but I'm sure I sounded like a lunatic. Home invasion, ghost, dream creature. I didn't know what to tell her, just that something was in my closet, and I was terrified. She said they'd send someone right away and asked me to stay on the line. I wedged myself between the couch and the wall, making myself as small as possible. I could hear the knocking from inside my bedroom getting louder, more violent. The door rattled in its frame with each impact. Whatever was in there was trying to get out, trying to get to me. I'm typing this now while I wait for the police to arrive. I don't know if posting this will help, but I need to tell someone what's happening. The knocking stopped a minute ago. Now all I can hear is the squeak of the closet doorknob turning. Story 19. I still think about that day whenever I'm driving past the trailer park. It's been 3 years now, and I've moved out, but the memory of it still makes my skin crawl. I've told a few people about what happened, but most think I imagined it or was just stressed out from everything going on. Maybe writing it down will help me process it better. For context, I grew up in Pine Creek Trailer Park, one of those places where everyone knows it's bad news, but nobody talks about it. The kind of place where you learn to mind your own business, because asking questions usually leads to trouble. I was 17 when my mom married Paul. He was okay at first. Had a steady job at the auto parts factory, helped with bills, didn't cause problems. Then, about a year later, Paul got in a pretty bad car accident. Some drunk driver T-boned him at an intersection. Paul's leg got messed up. Lots of broken bones and nerve damage. The doctors prescribed him oxycodone for the pain. That's where everything started going downhill. At first, it was just the pills. Then when his prescription ran out and the doctors wouldn't renew it, he started buying them from people in the park. Then when that got too expensive, he switched to heroin. It happened so fast. Like within 6 months, he went from a normal guy with a job to someone I barely recognized. He lost weight, stopped showering regularly, and was either nodding off or irritable all the time. That's when he started hanging out with Luke. Luke had lived in the trailer park for years, probably in his 40s, tall and skinny with this leathery tan skin and missing teeth. He always wore the same ratty camo jacket even in summer. He was one of those guys who knew everyone and had connections for whatever you needed, if you know what I mean. Luke always made me uncomfortable. Whenever he'd see me around the park, he'd call out, "Hey, sweetie," in this weird, raspy voice. It always made my skin crawl, but I tried to be polite because he was Paul's friend, and you don't want to make enemies in a place like Pine Creek. When I was 18, I got pregnant. The baby's father took off pretty much as soon as he found out. My mom was working double shifts at the diner, and Paul was usually high, so I was pretty much on my own. After my daughter Emma was born, Luke changed his greeting to, "How's the baby?" whenever he saw me. Something about the way he said it always felt off, like he was too interested, you know. I started taking the long way around the park just to avoid walking past his trailer. The day everything happened started like any other. It was a Tuesday in October, chilly but sunny. I had dropped Emma at my friend Jess's trailer since she watched her sometimes when I picked up shifts at the gas station. I worked from 8 in the morning until 4 in the afternoon. When I got back to the park, I immediately knew something was wrong. There were 3 police cars and an ambulance parked near our trailer, and yellow caution tape wrapped around the whole area. My heart dropped. All I could think was that something had happened to my mom or Paul, and where was Emma going to go if something happened to me? I parked and ran toward our trailer, but an officer stopped me before I could get under the tape. "You live here?" he asked, looking at me with that mix of pity and suspicion cops always seem to have in places like Pine Creek. "Yeah, with my mom and stepdad. What happened? Is everyone okay?" My voice was shaking. "Your stepdad Paul inside?" he asked, ignoring my question. "Probably. He doesn't work anymore." "Please, just tell me what's going on." The officer sighed and looked over his shoulder. "There's been a death, not your stepfather, but his friend. It felt like the ground shifted under me." "Luke?" I asked. The officer nodded. "You knew him?" Before I could answer, the trailer door opened, and 2 EMTs came out with a gurney. There was a body bag on it. I couldn't look away as they wheeled it past me to the ambulance. My mum came out next, her uniform still on from her morning shift. Her face was ghost white. When she saw me, she burst into tears and hugged me so tight I could barely breathe. "Oh my God, honey, thank God you weren't here," she kept saying. Paul came out after her, looking completely out of it. Not high, but like he was in shock. A detective was asking him questions, but he was just staring at the ground, shaking his head. It took hours before we got the full story. Apparently, Luke had come over that morning already extremely intoxicated on something. Paul said they were just hanging out, doing their thing, when Luke suddenly stood up, made a weird noise, and collapsed in our kitchen. Paul thought Luke had just passed out like he sometimes did, so he left him there and went to the living room to play his guitar. Hours. Paul left Luke on our kitchen floor for hours, playing guitar in the next room, occasionally checking to see if Luke had woken up yet. It wasn't until my mom came home from her shift around 2 that she realized Luke wasn't breathing and called 911. By then, he'd been dead for at least 4 hours. The EMTs said it was probably an overdose, but they'd know for sure after the autopsy. I couldn't stop thinking about it. Luke had died on our kitchen floor while Paul just kept strumming his guitar in the next room, too high to realize his friend was dying. I couldn't go back into that kitchen for days. I kept picturing Luke lying there, his eyes open, staring at nothing. The trailer park was weirdly quiet after that. Luke had been such a fixture there, always wandering around, talking to people, making deals, that his absence was noticeable. His trailer sat empty. Someone said his sister came and took his stuff, but nobody really knew for sure. About 2 months later, I was standing outside Luke's old trailer talking with my friend Amber. We were sharing a cigarette and gossiping about one of the other park residents when I heard it, clear as day. "How's the baby?" I froze mid-sentence and looked around. Amber was still talking, not reacting at all. The voice had been Luke's, that same raspy, too familiar tone he always used. "Did you hear that?" I interrupted her. "Hear what?" Amber looked confused. "Someone just asked how the baby was." Amber shook her head. No one said anything. "You okay?" I nodded, but I felt sick. We finished the cigarette, and I made an excuse to go home, walking as fast as I could without running. I tried to convince myself I'd imagined it. I was tired, stressed out from working and taking care of Emma. Maybe I just thought about Luke because we were standing near his trailer. That had to be it. But it happened again a week later. I was walking past the spot where the ambulance had been parked that day, carrying Emma on my hip on the way to the laundromat. Clear as day, I heard, "Hey, sweetie, how's the baby?" I whirled around so fast I almost dropped Emma, but there was no one there, just empty space and the sound of a TV from someone's open window. Emma started crying from the sudden movement, and I held her tighter against me, hurrying away. My heart was racing, and I felt like I couldn't catch my breath. It was his voice. I knew it was his voice. I didn't tell anyone about it. Who would believe me? But I started avoiding certain parts of the park. Luke's old trailer, the spot where the ambulance had been. Even our own kitchen sometimes. I'd take the long way around, even in bad weather, just to avoid those places. The third time it happened was the worst. It was almost midnight, and Emma was teething, crying non-stop. I was walking her around the trailer, trying to get her to sleep. Mom was working the night shift, and Paul was passed out in the bedroom. I was exhausted, frustrated, at my breaking point. I was standing in the kitchen, gently bouncing Emma, when I felt a cold spot. The air around me suddenly dropped about 20 degrees, even though it was warm everywhere else in the trailer. Then I heard it, right behind me, like someone was speaking directly into my ear. "Let me hold the baby." I screamed and ran from the kitchen, clutching Emma to my chest. I was shaking so hard I could barely stand. I grabbed my car keys and Emma's diaper bag and left, spending the night in my car parked outside the 24-hour Walmart. The next morning, I told my mum we had to move. I made up something about the trailer being too small for all of us, about Emma needing more space. I couldn't tell her the truth. She wouldn't have believed me anyway, but she must have sensed something was wrong, because for once she didn't argue. She found us a cheap apartment about 20 minutes away. It wasn't much better than the trailer, but it was away from Pine Creek, away from our kitchen, away from Luke's voice. Paul wouldn't come with us. He said he needed to stay close to his connections. By then, he was using pretty heavily and barely functioning. My mum cried when we left him there, but she knew he wasn't going to change. 3 months after we moved out, Paul died in the trailer. He'd been staying in this tent he set up in the living room. Don't ask me why, drug logic, I guess. He passed out with a lit cigarette, and it caught the tent on fire. The whole trailer went up. Luckily, no one else was hurt, but Paul was gone. The police said he probably died from smoke inhalation before the flames got to him. Small mercy, I guess. Sometimes I wonder if Luke had something to do with it. If his ghost or whatever was still there in that kitchen, influencing Paul somehow. I've been back to Pine Creek exactly once since then to pick up some paperwork my mum needed from the park office. As I was driving through, I passed Luke's old trailer. Someone new lives there now. I could see toys in the yard and curtains in the windows that weren't there before. As I drove by, I rolled my window down to light a cigarette. That's when I heard it one last time, floating through my open window as clear as if someone was sitting right next to me. "How's the baby?" I rolled up my window and drove away as fast as I could. I haven't been back since. Emma's 4 now. We live in a different town, and I'm taking classes at the community college. Things are better. But sometimes, when I'm home alone at night, I still check over my shoulder when I'm standing in the kitchen, and I never, ever answer when someone asks about my baby. TD. Story 20. It was the summer of 2010. I was 15, almost 16, in that phase where you think you're invincible, and sneaking out feels like the coolest thing ever. My neighbor Jake and I had been doing this for about 2 weeks, waiting for our parents to fall asleep, then meeting up around midnight to wander our neighborhood. We'd smoked the cheap cigarettes we'd managed to buy from the senior who never checked IDs at the gas station, And sometimes we'd share the little bit of weed Jake's older brother had given him. That night was unusually cool for summer. A light rain had been falling on and off, not enough to soak you, but enough to make everything damp and miserable. The kind of night where the streetlights create these weird halos in the mist. We were bored as hell and had been walking for maybe an hour, staying in the shadows whenever a car passed by. We had this game where we'd try to freak each other out by telling stories about crimes that happened in our area. Our neighborhood wasn't exactly dangerous, but every suburb has those stories. The house where someone was murdered 20 years ago, the guy who supposedly kidnapped kids in the 80s. That night, Jake was telling me about some break-ins that had happened a few streets over. My mom said they took all this weird shit, Jake whispered, cupping his hand around his cigarette to keep the rain off. Like not TVs or computers, they took family photos and clothes and shit. Bullshit, I said, but I felt that little chill you get when something doesn't sound right. We'd been smoking more than usual that night. I remember being annoyed because I couldn't find my pipe, or the little baggie of weed I'd brought. Jake couldn't find his pack of cigarettes either. We figured we'd dropped them somewhere, but it was weird because I specifically remembered putting them in my jacket pocket earlier. It was around 1 in the morning when we turned down Oakwood Drive, this long street with these massive old oak trees that made it even darker than the rest of the neighborhood. The street lights were spread way too far apart, creating these pools of yellow light with long stretches of darkness between them. The houses were older too, mostly one-story ranches set back from the road. We were about halfway down the street when I saw movement ahead. A front door opened on one of the houses to our right. Not all the way, just enough for someone to slip out. Even though it was summer, the person was wearing this oversized dark hoodie pulled up over their head. Shit, I whispered to Jake. Someone's coming. We both froze, wondering if we should turn around. But before we could decide, the figure had already spotted us and was crossing the street directly toward us. My heart started hammering. All those stories about neighborhood crimes suddenly felt very real. I remember thinking, this is how those true crime shows start. Some kids out at night, and then... The hooded figure approached us slowly, and we stupidly just stood there under one of those dim streetlights. I think we were both too scared to run. As they got closer, I could see it was a woman. She stepped into the light, and I got my first good look at her face as she lowered her hood slightly. She was maybe late 30s, early 40s, with this bright red hair that seemed to catch what little light there was. In any other situation, I would have said she was pretty, but something was off. Her eyes were what got me. They were this pale blue, but they looked vacant, like she wasn't fully there. Her pupils were tiny pinpoints, and her gaze seemed to drift slightly past us rather than focusing. "Why are you boys out so late?" she asked. Her voice was soft, but strangely flat. No concern, no curiosity, just empty words. "Just walking," Jake mumbled. I noticed her movements were slow, almost dreamlike. She swayed slightly where she stood, like she might lose her balance. "It's dangerous," she said, still in that emotionless voice. "You shouldn't be here." Then, without warning, she reached out toward me. Her hand grabbed at the front of my t-shirt, not aggressively, more like she needed to steady herself. Her fingers were ice cold against my skin where they brushed my neck. "Do you have anything for me?" she asked. I stepped back, pulling away from her grasp. "Number, we don't have anything." Her eyes finally seemed to focus on my face for a split second, and I saw something in them. Not awareness exactly, but a flicker of something else. Desperation. Fear, I couldn't tell. While this was happening, I noticed a man walking past us on the opposite side of the street. He was wearing a light blue New York Yankees hat pulled low, and he was moving with purpose, his stride quick and determined. He glanced at us as he passed, but didn't stop or say anything. "We should go," I whispered to Jake, not taking my eyes off the woman. Jake nodded, and we started backing away, still facing her. She didn't try to follow us, just stood there watching with those empty eyes. We'd made it maybe 20 feet when I heard footsteps behind us. I turned to see the man in the Yankees hat had doubled back and was approaching us quickly. "Hey," he called, his voice low but urgent. "What did she say to you?" He was older, maybe mid-40s, with stubble on his face and this intense look in his eyes. Not threatening exactly, but definitely not friendly either. "Nothing," Jake said quickly. "She just asked why we were out late." "That's it?" The man was looking between us and her, his body tense like a spring about to uncoil. "Yeah," I added. She grabbed my shirt and asked if we had anything for her. He nodded, his jaw tight. "Thanks," he said abruptly. Then he turned and walked rapidly toward the woman, who was still standing under the streetlight, swaying slightly. We should have just kept walking, but we didn't. We stood there and watched as the man reached the woman. He grabbed her arm, saying something we couldn't hear. She started shaking her head, trying to pull away from him. Then, and this is the part that still gives me nightmares, he physically started dragging her back across the street toward the house she'd come from. She was fighting him, not screaming or yelling, just this silent struggle, her feet dragging on the wet pavement. He had his arm around her waist, half carrying her. Just before they reached the house, she looked back over her shoulder directly at us. Even from that distance, I could feel her eyes lock onto mine. Her face was blank, but those eyes, they seemed to be begging for something. The man yanked her up the short path to the door, opened it and shoved her inside. He paused for just a second before following her in, looking back in our direction. Even through the rain and darkness, I felt like he could see us perfectly, like he was memorizing our faces. Then he went inside and closed the door. Jake and I just stood there for a minute, not saying anything. "What the fuck was that?" Jake finally whispered. I shook my head, my mouth dry. "I don't know, but we need to go. Now." We practically ran all the way back to our houses, constantly looking over our shoulders. We were convinced the man was going to come after us. My mind was spinning with possibilities. Was she his wife, girlfriend? Was she on drugs? Was she trying to escape from him? Was she in danger, or was she the dangerous one? The weirdest part was that the house was only about 3 hours from where we lived. It wasn't some distant, unfamiliar place. It was right in our neighborhood, but I never saw either of them again. Not the woman with the vacant eyes or the man in the Yankees hat. For weeks afterward, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about our missing stuff. The weed, cigarettes and pipe that had disappeared earlier that night. Had someone been following us before we even encountered those people? Was it the man? Had the woman been sent as some kind of distraction while he planned to do something worse? I also couldn't shake the feeling that we'd witnessed something truly disturbing. Was she being held captive in that house? Was she trying to escape when we saw her, or was she mentally ill and he was her caretaker? I'll never know. Jake and I talked about telling someone, maybe calling the police. But what would we say? We were out past midnight smoking weed and saw a weird woman. We were scared of getting in trouble, and honestly, we were afraid of what might happen if the man in the Yankees hat found out we'd reported him. So we kept quiet. We never snuck out again after that night. Jake moved away the following year, and eventually, the whole thing became this story I'd think about sometimes, but rarely talk about. But I still get this cold feeling in my gut when I think about her eyes. That vacant stare that somehow still managed to communicate desperation. I think about how easily the man had dragged her back into that house. How practiced it seemed, like he'd done it before. Sometimes I drive through that neighborhood, always in daylight, always passing by that house quickly. Different people live there now. I've checked. But I still wonder what happened in that house. Who they were and what I witnessed that rainy night when I was 15. Was it a drug deal gone wrong? Domestic abuse? Something even darker? I don't have answers. I just have the memory of those vacant blue eyes, the grabbing hands and the silent struggle as she was pulled back into the darkness of that house, and the knowledge that sometimes the scariest things happen right in front of you, in ordinary places, on ordinary streets, to people who look just like anyone else. Story 21. I don't even know where to start with this. I'm not the type of person who believes in ghosts or demons or whatever, but I honestly can't explain what's been happening in our house. We've lived here for 6 years now, and for the first couple of years, everything seemed normal. But then things started to happen. Small things at first that we could brush off as our imagination or coincidence. But now I'm starting to think we're not alone here. I guess I should start with what happened 3 nights ago. It was around midnight, and everyone else had gone to bed. I was binge-watching some stupid show on Netflix and got hungry, so I went downstairs to grab some chips and a soda. Our house has this weird layout. My bedroom is upstairs at the end of the hallway, and the kitchen is downstairs. The stairs creak like crazy, especially at night, so I was trying to be quiet so I wouldn't wake anyone up. When I went downstairs, I left my bedroom door wide open. I always do. I hate closed doors at night. They make me feel trapped. So I went to the kitchen, grabbed my snacks, and headed back upstairs. As I reached the top of the stairs, I froze. My bedroom door was completely closed. I stood there for what felt like forever, just staring at it. I know it sounds stupid, but I couldn't move. I kept thinking, maybe I did close it without realizing, but I knew I didn't. I never do. Finally, I got the courage to approach my door. I was about 5 feet away when the door handle started to turn. Slowly, like someone was on the other side, carefully trying not to make noise. Then the door opened, just a crack at first, then wider. I couldn't see anyone inside, just darkness. Before I could even process what was happening, the door slammed shut so hard that the walls shook. Then came the clicking sounds from inside my room, like someone tapping their fingernails against wood. Tap, 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 pause, tap, tap, tap. It was rhythmic, deliberate. I ran to my parents' room and slept on their floor that night. I told them I had a nightmare. I couldn't bring myself to tell them what really happened, because they already think I'm paranoid about the house. The next morning, I checked my room, and everything seemed normal. Nothing out of place, but I know what I saw. That's not even the worst thing that's happened. About 2 weeks ago, I was getting ready for school and realized I didn't have any hair ties. My mum has tons, so I went to her bedroom to borrow one. She keeps them in a drawer in her bathroom. I walked into her room. She was downstairs making breakfast, and headed toward the bathroom. I had just opened the drawer when I heard the bedroom door close behind me. I turned around, and sure enough, the door was shut. But here's the thing, it was also locked from the inside. The lock on my parents' door is this old brass thing that sticks and requires actual force to turn. You can't just accidentally lock it, and you definitely can't lock it from the outside without a key. I tried the handle, but it wouldn't budge. I had to call my mom on my cell phone, and she had to get the key from her desk to let me out. She thought I locked myself in by accident, but that's impossible. I wasn't anywhere near the door when it closed. My little brother has experienced things too. He's 10, and he's not the type to make stuff up for attention. About a month ago, he was playing in his room when he heard a loud thump from his walk-in closet. When he looked inside, 2 of his action figures were sitting in the middle of the floor. Their heads had been popped off and placed neatly beside the bodies. These weren't cheap toys that come apart easily. They were the expensive kind where the heads are firmly attached. Someone or something had to have used significant force to remove them. He came running downstairs, crying, and showed us. My parents tried to convince him that maybe he had broken them earlier and forgotten, but he was adamant he hadn't touched them that day. I believed him. Then there are the objects that move, and I don't mean things that could be explained by drafts or the house settling. I mean heavy objects literally flying across the room. Last month, I was studying at my desk, when my ceramic tea mug, full of tea, suddenly launched itself from the middle of my desk and shattered against the wall. It didn't fall off or get knocked over. It moved horizontally, like someone had picked it up and thrown it with force. 2 nights ago, at around 4 in the morning, I woke up to a loud crash. A heavy wooden box, where I keep old letters and photos, it must weigh at least 5 pounds, had somehow moved from my desk to the middle of my bedroom floor. The distance is about 8 feet. There's no way it could have fallen that far. It's like it became weightless for a moment and just flew. My mum thinks there might be something wrong with the foundation of the house that's causing things to shift. My dad suggests maybe we're experiencing minor earthquakes that we're not noticing. But neither of those explanations account for doors locking themselves or toy heads being removed. I've started researching the history of our house, trying to find out if anyone died here or if there was some tragedy I don't know about. The previous owners were an elderly couple who moved to Florida to be closer to their grandkids. At least that's what the real estate agent told my parents. But now I'm wondering if there's more to the story. The weirdest part is that these things happen more frequently when I'm alone or when it's just me and my brother in the house. It's like whatever is here knows when we're vulnerable. Last Friday, my parents went out for dinner and I was babysitting my brother. We were watching a movie in the living room when all the lights in the house flickered and went out for about 10 seconds. When they came back on, all the kitchen cabinet doors were open, every single one. I know they were closed before because I had just finished loading the dishwasher before we started the movie. My brother and I didn't leave the couch during those 10 seconds. There's no way either of us could have opened all those cabinets in that time, even if we had wanted to. I've started keeping a journal of all these incidents, noting the time, date, and exactly what happened. At first I thought maybe I could find a pattern, but so far it seems random. The only constant is that weird things happen more often at night, particularly between midnight and 4 in the morning. Last week I was home alone after school. My parents were at work and my brother had soccer practice. I was in the kitchen making a sandwich when I heard footsteps upstairs. Heavy footsteps like an adult walking across the floor. I called out, thinking maybe my dad had come home early, but there was no answer. The footsteps stopped directly above the kitchen, which would be my parents' bedroom. And then there was a loud thud, like someone had dropped something heavy. I was terrified, but also angry. If someone had broken into our house, I needed to know. I grabbed a knife from the kitchen drawer and slowly went upstairs. My parents' bedroom door was closed. I stood outside for a minute, listening. Nothing. Finally, I pushed the door open, expecting to find an intruder. The room was empty, completely undisturbed. I checked under the bed, in the closet, behind the curtains. No one was there. Nothing had been moved or dropped. As I was about to leave, the temperature in the room dropped dramatically. It was like walking into a freezer. I could see my breath. Then the door slammed shut behind me. This time, I didn't panic. I was too angry. I yanked the door open and ran downstairs and out of the house. I sat on the porch until my mom came home. I tried to tell her what happened, but she just attributed it to the old HVAC system and the house settling. She doesn't believe me. None of them do. 3 days ago, I was taking a shower when the bathroom mirror fogged up as usual. But when I got out, there was what looked like a handprint in the condensation. A large handprint, bigger than mine, bigger than my dad's. And next to it, drawn in the fog, was a simple stick figure. I took a picture with my phone before wiping it away. But when I looked at the photo later, there was nothing there. Just a foggy mirror. Yesterday, while I was at school, my mum called to ask if I had left all my dresser drawers open before leaving. I hadn't. When she got home from running errands, every drawer in my dresser was fully extended, with clothes spilling out, as if someone had been frantically searching for something. And now, tonight, as I'm typing this, I can hear scratching coming from inside my closet, like nails against the wood. It started about 10 minutes ago and hasn't stopped. I'm not going to check. I'm not even going to move from my bed. I've got my door locked and a chair propped under the handle. My phone is fully charged, and I've texted my friend to call me in an hour to check on me. I don't know what's in our house, but I know it's not just my imagination. Too many unexplainable things have happened. Too many incidents that can't be brushed off as coincidence or an old house making noise. The scratching is getting louder now, more insistent, like whatever is making the sound knows I'm writing about it and wants me to stop. I'm sleeping in my brother's room tonight. I don't care if my parents think I'm being childish. Wait. The scratching stopped. Now I hear. Story 22. I've never been one to believe in the supernatural. Ghost stories, haunted houses, demonic possessions. I always chalked them up to overactive imaginations or people trying to explain away something with a perfectly reasonable explanation. But what happened to me in 2016 at Hotel Pennsylvania in New York City, I still can't explain it. I'm sharing this because I need to get it off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. Fresh out of high school in 2016, I'd been saving for years to visit New York City, my dream destination. I wasn't exactly flush with cash, so I booked through a travel agent who found me a budget-friendly option across from Madison Square Garden, Hotel Pennsylvania, she called it, describing it as historic and centrally located. What she conveniently failed to mention was that historic was code for oldest hotel in New York, and budget-friendly meant falling apart at the seams. When my taxi pulled up to the hotel, I was initially impressed by the grand exterior. That impression lasted exactly until I stepped into the lobby, which had clearly seen better days. Like maybe in the 1940s. The carpet was worn thin in spots, the paint was peeling, and there was this musty smell that hung in the air. But hey, I told myself, I was only going to be sleeping there. The rest of my time would be spent exploring the city. Check-in was quick, at least. The desk clerk barely looked up from his computer as he handed me my key card and directed me to the elevators. I remember thinking they were the slowest elevators I'd ever been in, creaking and groaning as they hauled themselves up floor by floor. I was assigned room 612, which turned out to be small and basic, but I wasn't expecting the Ritz. The bathroom was tiny, with cracked tiles and a shower that looked like it might have been installed during the Eisenhower administration. But whatever, I dropped my bags, freshened up, and headed out to explore the city and find some dinner. After a few hours of wandering around Times Square like the tourist I was, I grabbed a slice of pizza, because when in New York, right, and headed back to the hotel. I was jet-lagged and exhausted, looking forward to crashing for the night. When I opened the door to my room, I froze. There, scurrying across my bed, were two mice, not one, but two mice running over the very sheets I was supposed to sleep in. I'm not particularly afraid of rodents, but I draw the line at sharing a bed with them. I immediately grabbed my phone and backpack, the only things I'd unpacked, and marched down to the front desk. The night manager looked bored as I explained the situation, as if vermin in the rooms was a common complaint. He sighed, tapped at his computer, and then picked up a phone. A few minutes later, this elderly lady appeared. She must have been in her 70s at least, with steel-grey hair pulled back in a tight bun. She introduced herself as Margaret, one of the night housekeepers, and said she'd take me to a new room. She was actually really nice, asking about my trip, and telling me she'd worked at the hotel for over 30 years. As we walked down the hallway of the 6th floor, she stopped in front of room 666. I remember thinking it was weird they'd even have a room with that number, given the superstitions around it. "This is the only available room we have tonight," Margaret explained, sliding the keycard into the door. "Hotel's pretty full with a convention." The moment she opened the door, I felt a blast of cold air hit my face. It was noticeably colder than the hallway, like significantly colder. As I stepped inside, the second thing I noticed was the peephole in the door. It was completely shattered, with jagged pieces of glass sticking out of it. You couldn't see through it. It was just this broken, sharp-edged hole. The peephole is broken," I said to Margaret, pointing at the door. She frowned slightly. "That's strange. I'll have maintenance look at it tomorrow. Will this room be okay for tonight?" I hesitated. Something felt off, but I was so tired, and the thought of waiting for another room, or worse, having to pack everything up and find a new hotel in the middle of the night was too exhausting to contemplate. "Yeah, it's fine," I said, "as long as there aren't any mice." Margaret assured me there weren't and left me alone. I immediately cranked up the thermostat to combat the weird coldness of the room, but it didn't seem to make much difference. I considered calling down to complain again, but decided against it. I was too tired, and I figured I'd just bundle up under the covers. I took a quick shower, got ready for bed, and climbed under the covers around 11:30. Despite my exhaustion, I found it hard to fall asleep. The room just felt wrong somehow, like the air was too heavy, or like I was being watched. I eventually chalked it up to being in a strange place, and the weird vibes from the broken peephole. I usually have really vivid dreams, the kind you remember in detail when you wake up, but that night, there was nothing. My next conscious memory is from around 4 in the morning. I woke up facing the wall and immediately knew something was terribly wrong. I couldn't move, not a single muscle. It wasn't like when your arm falls asleep. This was complete paralysis. I was awake, fully conscious, but trapped in my own body. My eyes were open, staring at the faded wallpaper inches from my face, but I couldn't turn my head or even blink voluntarily. That's when I felt it. The mattress depressed behind me. Like something heavy was sitting on the edge of the bed. I could feel the weight shifting slightly, making the springs creak. Then came the breathing, low, raspy, labored breathing, like someone who'd smoked 2 packs a day for 40 years, or was severely overweight. It was the sound of damaged lungs struggling for air. The breathing wasn't regular, though. It would stop for several seconds, making me think whatever it was had gone. But then it would start again, closer to my ear. I could feel warm breath on the back of my neck. In that moment, I experienced a level of fear I didn't know was possible. It was primal, all-consuming terror. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst, but I still couldn't move a single finger. Sweat soaked through my t-shirt despite the cold room. And then came the worst part, an overwhelming sense of malevolence. Whatever was sitting on my bed didn't just happen to be there. It wanted to harm me. I knew it with absolute certainty. For the first and only time in my life, I was convinced I was about to die. Not in some abstract way, but imminently, violently. I tried to scream to call for help, but my vocal cords were as frozen as the rest of my body. The weight on the bed shifted again, moving closer to me. The breathing grew louder, more ragged. I felt pressure on my shoulder, like fingers digging in, but not quite touching my skin. More like pressing through the air just above me. I don't know how long this lasted. Probably only about 3 minutes, though it felt like hours. Then, as suddenly as it had started, the paralysis broke. I could move again. I whipped around, arms swinging wildly to hit whatever was there, only to find nothing. The room was empty. The breathing had stopped. The weight was gone from the bed, but the room was still ice cold, and that sense of malicious presence lingered in the air. I scrambled for the light switch, hand shaking so badly I could barely flick it on. The harsh fluorescent light revealed an empty room, no intruder, no explanation for what I'd just experienced. I grabbed my phone, 4:17 a.m., and immediately called the front desk. My voice was trembling as I made up a story about finding another mouse, insisting I needed to be moved right away. I couldn't bring myself to tell them what had really happened. They'd think I was crazy. The night clerk sounded annoyed, but said they had a room available 6 floors up. I didn't care where it was, as long as it wasn't room 666. I threw my belongings into my suitcase, not bothering to fold anything, and waited in the hallway until a different staff member came up with a new key card. I wasn't spending another minute in that room. The new room was basic and shabby like the first, but it felt normal. No unnatural cold, no oppressive atmosphere, no broken peephole. I left all the lights on and didn't sleep again that night. I wish I could say that was the end of it, but the truth is, weird things continued throughout my stay. In the new room, I'd hear voices in the hallway when I checked and no one was there. The lights would flicker for no reason. Once, I woke up to find all the dresser drawers pulled open, though I know I closed them before going to bed. The entire hotel had this feeling of wrongness about it, like the building itself was somehow contaminated. I spent as little time there as possible, exploring the city from early morning until late at night, only returning when I absolutely had to sleep. I never told the hotel staff what really happened in room 666. What would I say? "Excuse me, I think your hotel room is haunted." They'd laugh me out of the building, but I know what I experienced wasn't sleep paralysis or a nightmare. I've had those before, and this was different. This was real. It's been years since that trip, and I still get chills thinking about that night. I've researched the Hotel Pennsylvania since then and found others who've had strange experiences there, though none quite like mine. The hotel finally closed permanently in 2022, and I can't say I'm sad about it. Some places shouldn't exist. I still don't know what was in that room with me. I don't know why it chose me or what it wanted. All I know is that I've never felt such pure evil before or since, and I hope I never do again. To this day, I can't sleep in hotel rooms alone, and I always check the room number carefully. You couldn't pay me enough to stay in a room ending with 66 again, let alone 666. Story 23. I don't even know where to begin with all this. The past week has been absolute hell, and I'm starting to wonder if something evil has latched onto me. I've never been the type to jump to supernatural conclusions, but after everything that's happened, I can't ignore it anymore. I'm 19, living in Asheville. For those who don't know, this area is super spiritual. Crystal shops everywhere, people talking about energy and ley lines, that sort of thing. I've always been somewhat open to it, but never deeply involved. Now I wish I'd paid more attention. It all started about 2 weeks ago. My friend and I were walking along some train tracks at night. Stupid, I know, but there's never trains at that hour, and it's a shortcut we've used countless times. The moon was pretty bright, but there were patches where the trees blocked most of the light. We were just talking, nothing serious, when I noticed something ahead of us, maybe 50 feet away. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks. You know how shadows can look like people sometimes? That's what I told myself it was. But as we kept walking, this thing didn't change or disappear like a shadow should. It was just a dark silhouette standing perfectly still on the tracks. "Do you see that?" I whispered to my friend, trying not to freak out. She squinted ahead but shook her head. "See what?" I pointed, but by then it was gone. I laughed it off, blamed it on being tired, and we continued walking. About 10 minutes later, we approached this chain-link fence that cuts across part of the tracks. There's a gap underneath where people crawl through. As we got closer to it, I had this overwhelming feeling of being watched. I glanced back and there it was again, the same dark figure, closer this time, and now I could see how tall it was, easily 7 feet, maybe taller. My heart nearly stopped. I grabbed my friend's arm so hard she yelped, and I just said, "Run!" We sprinted to the fence and scrambled underneath it, scraping our backs on the metal. I looked back once we were on the other side, and there was nothing there. My friend was confused and scared because of how I was acting, but she hadn't seen anything. I tried explaining, but how do you describe something that was basically just a tall shadow? She believed me, though, especially since a few nights before that, when we were walking those same tracks, she kept hearing footsteps running up behind us. Each time we'd turn around, nothing was there. We ended up running all the way home that night, too. The weird thing is, After comparing notes, we realized we were sensing two different things. What she heard that first night felt different to her than what I saw. She described feeling something demonic and goat-like, while what I saw was just tall and human-shaped. I should have taken these as warnings. I really should have. A couple days after the train track incident, we decided to go to this little creek near our apartment complex at night. I had this bad feeling about going, like a knot in my stomach, but I ignored it. We stayed for maybe half an hour, just sitting on the rocks and talking. Nothing weird happened while we were there, but as we were leaving, my friend stopped to tie her shoe. She suddenly went completely still, then slowly stood up and whispered, "We need to go. Now." Later, she told me she'd seen something crouched behind a tree, watching us. Something that definitely wasn't human. The walk back to our apartment was the longest 5 minutes of my life. We didn't run. Somehow that felt more dangerous, like it would trigger whatever was following us to chase. Instead, we walked quickly, not looking back, barely breathing. I could feel something right behind us the entire time, just out of sight. When we got inside and locked the door, I thought we were safe. I was so fucking wrong. That night, I started hearing noises from the bathroom, scratching like nails on the tile. I convinced myself it was the pipes or the neighbors. The next day, my mum called. She'd been sick for a while, but things had been looking up. We talked about normal stuff, school, her garden, plans for when she got better. That was the last time I spoke to her. Sunday morning, my dad called. Mom had passed away in her sleep. Just like that. No warning, no chance to say goodbye. I was in shock. Still am, I guess. It doesn't feel real. The day after Mom's death, my grandparents called to tell me their dog had died suddenly. He was old, but had been healthy just days before. Then yesterday, I found one of my pet rats had killed and partially eaten the other one. They'd been cage mates for over a year with zero issues. I'd take good care of them, proper food, enough space, plenty of enrichment. There was no reason for this to happen. 3 deaths in 1 week. Right after we brought something back from the creek. Whatever it is, it's made itself at home in my bathroom. I can't go in there without feeling like I'm being watched. The air feels heavy, like right before a thunderstorm. Sometimes the shower curtain moves when there's no draft. Last night I woke up at exactly 3:15 in the morning with an overwhelming urge to go to the bathroom, not to use it, just to go in there, stand in front of the mirror, open the medicine cabinet. I fought the urge and stayed in bed, but I couldn't fall back asleep. I had a vision, not really a dream because I wasn't asleep, of being in our laundry room. Something was there with me, something I couldn't see but could feel, pressing against me, trying to get in through my mouth, my nose, my ears. I could feel it pushing, searching for a way inside me. I woke up gasping, drenched in sweat. My friend knows something is wrong. She can sense it too. Yesterday she went into full protection mode, sprinkled Florida water around my room, drew protective sigils on paper and placed them around my bed. Burned rosemary. While she was doing this, we both heard a low growl coming from the bathroom. Not an animal growl, something deeper, almost like it was coming through water. I'm so drained from everything, Mum's death, the funeral arrangements, the constant fear, that I can't even imagine my protective bubble like I normally would. I used to be able to visualize a shield of light around me when I felt scared or negative. Now when I try, my mind just goes blank. I'm writing this from my bedroom, door locked, lights on, even though it's daytime. I haven't showered in 3 days because I can't bring myself to go in there. I've been using the bathroom at the coffee shop down the street. My friend stays with me as much as she can, but she has work and classes. When I'm alone, the apartment feels different, colder, with shadows that seem to move when I'm not looking directly at them. Last night, I set up my phone to record the bathroom while I tried to sleep. I was hoping to catch something, proof that I'm not losing my mind. When I checked the footage this morning, there was nothing visual, but around 2:30, the audio picked up what sounds like whispering. It's too faint to make out words, but it's definitely not pipes or the building settling. I tried talking to it once when my friend was here for backup. I stood outside the bathroom door and said, "Whatever you are, you need to leave. This is my home and you're not welcome here." The lights in the hallway flickered, and my friend swears the temperature dropped by several degrees. We ran back to my room and didn't try again. I don't know what to do. I can't afford to move right now, especially with all the funeral expenses. My dad suggested I come stay with him for a while, but I'm terrified that whatever this is will follow me and then affect him too. He's already devastated about Mom. He doesn't need this on top of everything else. I've looked up banishing rituals online, but there are so many different approaches, and I don't know which would work, or if I'd just make things worse by trying. Some sources say acknowledging these entities gives them more power. Others say ignoring them is dangerous. I don't know what to believe. The timing of all this can't be a coincidence, right? Seeing that figure on the tracks, then the creek, then something following us home, and suddenly all this death around me. It feels like something has attached itself to me and is feeding off all this grief and fear. Last night was the worst so far. I finally fell asleep around midnight, only to wake up to my bedroom door slowly opening. I always lock it, but it was opening anyway. I froze, pretending to be asleep, my heart pounding so hard I was sure whatever was there could hear it. I could feel something move into my room, feel the air change, feel a pressure like when your ears need to pop but won't. It stood by my bed for what felt like hours. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep from sheer exhaustion, because when I woke up this morning, my door was closed and locked again. I'm at the end of my rope here. I'm running on no sleep, jumping at every noise and grieving my mum all at the same time. I can't tell what's paranormal and what's just my brain struggling to cope with everything. Maybe that's the point. Maybe it's trying to break me down. The only thing keeping me somewhat sane is that my friend can sense it too, so I know I'm not completely losing it. She's coming over tonight with more protective herbs and some salt. I hope it helps. If anyone has gone through something similar or has any advice, please help. I don't know how much longer I can live like this. I'm afraid to be in my own home, afraid to sleep, afraid that whatever this is will eventually find a way to do to me what it did to my mom, my grandparents' dog, my pet rat. I'm afraid it's only getting started. Story 24. I'm not usually one to share personal stuff on the internet, but what happened to my mom years ago in Poland still gives me chills whenever she talks about it. I need to get this off my chest because it's been weighing on me for years, and maybe someone else has experienced something similar. My parents grew up in a small town in eastern Poland, about 20 kilometers from the Belarusian border. It's a quiet place, mostly farmland and forests, but there's an area everyone calls Death Mountain. It's not really a mountain, more like a series of hills covered with pine trees and thick undergrowth. The name comes from what happened there during World War II. The area saw intense fighting between German and Soviet forces, and after the war, many locals died while clearing unexploded ordnance. The older people in town say hundreds died there, both soldiers and civilians. This happened in the summer of 1986, when my parents were dating. My dad was 22, and my mum was 20. They'd been together for about 6 months. Dad has always been a bit of a history buff, especially interested in World War II artifacts. He would often go hiking around the countryside looking for bullet casings or military buttons, harmless stuff. Though Mum says she never understood the appeal, one Saturday in August, my dad decided to take Mom to Death Mountain. When she told me this part of the story, I immediately asked why anyone would think that was a good date spot. She just laughed and said, "Your father has always had strange ideas about romance. Dad wanted to show her some old bunker remains he'd found the week before." They set off around noon. It was a beautiful, scorching hot day, the kind where the air shimmers above the asphalt. Mom remembers wearing a blue sundress and sandals that weren't really suitable for hiking. They parked Dad's old Fiat at the base of the hills and started walking up a narrow dirt path that cut through the tall grass. Mom says the place looked beautiful in the daylight. Wildflowers everywhere, butterflies, the works. They spent several hours exploring. Dad showed her the concrete bunker remains, half buried in the hillside. They found some old rusted cans that might have been military rations. Nothing special, but they were having a nice time together. They had a small picnic around 5 in the afternoon, some sandwiches and a thermos of tea. Dad wanted to check out one more area before heading back, a small clearing surrounded by a cluster of birch trees and dense bushes near the highest hill. Mom remembers being tired by then and her feet hurting from all the walking, but she agreed to go. As they approached this clearing, Mom says the atmosphere changed. The air felt heavier somehow, and the birds stopped singing. At first, she didn't say anything to Dad. She thought maybe a storm was coming, though the sky was still clear. The sun was getting lower, casting longer shadows. They reached the clearing, and Dad started pointing out how this would have been a strategic position during the fighting. Mom wasn't really listening by then. She had this overwhelming feeling of being watched. Not just watched, scrutinized. She kept glancing over her shoulder, expecting to see someone standing there. It was like eyes boring into the back of my neck, she told me. I've never felt anything like it before or since. The feeling got stronger the longer they stayed. Mom told Dad she was getting uncomfortable and wanted to leave, but he was distracted, examining some depressions in the ground that he thought might be old foxholes. The sun was setting now, and the shadows under the trees were getting darker. Mom says she was looking toward a particularly dense patch of bushes and small trees about 30 meters away when she felt it. She describes it as a wave of pure negativity. Hatred, anger, and suffering all mixed together. She couldn't see anything unusual, but she knew something was there, watching them from those bushes, something that didn't want them there. It wasn't like seeing a ghost, she explained. It was like feeling a presence so strongly that you don't need to see it to know it's real, and it was telling me, no, commanding me, to leave. By this point, Mom was on the verge of tears. She grabbed Dad's arm and told him they needed to go right now. Dad finally noticed how upset she was and agreed to leave, though he clearly thought she was overreacting. They started walking back down the path, and Mom says she could feel that presence following them with its gaze until they were out of sight of the clearing. The whole way back to the car, Mom couldn't shake the feeling of dread. She made Dad promise never to take her back there again. He teased her a bit about being superstitious, but he kept his promise. That could have been the end of it, just a creepy experience in a place with a dark history. But what happened 3 years later is what really makes this story stick with me. By 1989, my parents were married, and I was on the way. One weekend in early spring, Dad decided to go back to Death Mountain with his metal detector. This was right around when the communist government was collapsing and restrictions on metal detecting were loosening. Mom begged him not to go, especially not to that clearing, but Dad insisted he'd be fine. He went early in the morning and returned in the late afternoon. Mom says when he walked through the door, his face was white as paper. He sat down at the kitchen table without taking off his jacket and asked for a glass of vodka, and Dad rarely drank. After downing the drink, he told Mom what happened. He'd gone back to that exact same clearing, the one that had frightened her so badly. His metal detector started going crazy as soon as he got there. Thinking he might have found some valuable war artifacts, he started digging. About half a meter down, he found bones, human bones. As he uncovered more, he realized he was looking at the remains of 2 or 3 people, partially decomposed, but still with scraps of uniform fabric clinging to them. There were belt buckles with Soviet stars on them, and what he thought was a Red Army cap badge. Dad carefully covered everything back up and immediately reported his find to the local authorities. Later, officials confirmed they were the remains of Soviet soldiers, likely killed during the fighting in 1944. They were eventually removed and properly buried in a military cemetery. What shakes me most about this story isn't just that Mum somehow sensed those remains were there years before Dad discovered them. It's that she felt they were trying to communicate with her, to warn her away from disturbing them. I've never visited Death Mountain myself, partly out of respect, partly out of fear, but I've heard similar stories from others in my parents' town. A local teacher who took students there for a history lesson and had 3 kids suddenly become violently ill at the same time. A forest worker who kept hearing whispers in Russian when no one was around. A couple who claimed their camera stopped working only in certain spots, then started working again when they moved away. My mum believes the soldiers' spirits were protecting their final resting place, making sure they wouldn't be forgotten or disrespected. Dad is more skeptical. He thinks Mum somehow subconsciously noticed signs of the grave without realizing it. Disturbed earth, maybe, or subtle differences in the vegetation. But that doesn't explain the intense emotions she felt, that sense of being commanded to leave. It doesn't explain why she still has nightmares about those unseen eyes watching her from the bushes more than 30 years later. I don't know what to believe. All I know is that my normally practical, no-nonsense mother still won't talk about that day without getting goosebumps. And my father, who used to love exploring historical sites, has never gone back to Death Mountain. He even got rid of his metal detector a few years later. Sometimes I think about going there myself, just to see if I would feel the same thing Mum did. But then I remember how she described that feeling, like being in the presence of something ancient and angry, something that had suffered terribly and wanted to be left alone, and I decide against it. Places like Death Mountain make me wonder how much history a landscape can absorb before it starts giving back echoes of what it witnessed. How many deaths can happen in one spot before something changes in the very air and soil? I don't have answers, but I know my mother encountered something real that day, something that still affects her. And whatever it was, it led to those soldiers finally receiving a proper burial after decades of being forgotten in unmarked graves. I'm sharing this because I still can't explain it, and I doubt I ever will. Maybe some places are just thin spots where the past bleeds through into the present, or maybe the dead really do linger when they've suffered greatly. Either way, Death Mountain earned its name, and the hills keep their secrets close.